said that the Greeks at that time were not able to develop any, they weren't able to use the grid system primarily because they didn't have the tools to develop the use of such a system. However, they were able to use four wind directions to help in navigation. Okay, now I want someone to give us those four. Okay, Paul, I'll say to your hand is already up. So, Paul, go ahead.
We have Boreas, Eros, Notos, and Zephyrus.
That's very brilliant, Paul. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Yes, and I think we went on to even talk about the fact that later, still under Homer, later they were able to add four different other wind directions to make eight in total. And that is still reflecting in the sort of cardinal points that we have today. Aside the north, south, east, and west, now we have the northeast, the southeast, and all of those things, all inclusive. Then we came to the three musketeers, as I usually like to say, the three men from the same town, Tales of Miletus, Anaximander, and then Hecatius. Now, we understood that Thales was basically a businessman at a point in time. He traveled to Egypt and observed the priest working with angles and what have you. He came back with six geometric prepositions. So I want someone to give us just two of them, just two of those geometric propositions by Thales of Miletus. Yes. Anybody? The propositions of Thales of Miletus, just two of them.
Hello.
Yes, Rita, please talk to us.
So the says geometric propositions are one. The circle is divided into two equal parts by its diameter. The angle in a semicircle is a right angle. That's what I can recall.
Thank you very much, Madam Rita. Very grateful. Yes. Okay, let's quickly move on to the next person, Anaximander. Yes, and we also said Anaximander introduced an important Babylonian instrument into the Greek system. I want someone to just tell us the name of that instrument and then the purpose for which it served. Madam Grace Dedo, are you speaking?
Please, no, I'm having challenge with my network, so I'm just working about to get a proper network. Thank you.
Oh, okay. You're welcome. Anybody?
Say, I don't know. Is the word is normal or something?
Yes, that's normal indeed.
Normal.
But what is the normal use for?
It's it was using it was
Hello.
So the yes, Madam Rita, go ahead.
It was used to measure the position of the sun.
That's good. That's very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's see if I can get some few more questions as we still wait for one or two people to join. Okay. Remember, we also said that Anaximander was the first person to actually draw the map of the world to scale. And I even went ahead to explain to you the elements of a map. Every map must at least have a title, must have a legend, a north arrow, and a scale, which is very important. Okay. All right. Please, if you have your microphone on and you are not speaking, try and mute it because the lecture is being recorded and the feedback may disturb your colleagues. Thank you very much. The last person we actually, or the one of the last persons we looked at was Hecatius. And he wrote two books and had his own descriptions and everything of the earth in there. Looked at Herodotus. And I specifically asked you to pay much attention to Herodotus because he did quite a lot as a geographer. In terms of history and geography, I want someone to give us that statement. Herodotus made a statement about history and geography. What was that statement? Yes, Prince.
He said that
Hello,
all
Prince. If you are
history must be treated
mhm,
geographically, and all geography must be treated historically.
very correct. And you remember the explanations we gave for that, being that history and geography move hand. In history, you would have to definitely mention places. Take, for instance, either of the world wars that were fought, World War One, World War Two. There is no way on this earth you are going to make such or describe such events without mentioning places and locations, climate, vegetation, and all of those things are inadvertently talking about what geography. And when you flip the coin to the other side, it is the same thing. The fact that uh, you can't talk about geography without history. You can't describe the earth as you are seeing it now without understanding the processes and every other thing that had happened before. And that is essentially you describing what? History. All right. Now, we also said Herodotus is described as the father of ethnography. This question, I've also seen it come a couple of times in your section A. Who is said to be the father of ethnography? The answer is simple. It is Herodotus. Now you have to understand that ethnography is typically the description of people's culture. People's culture. All right. Uh, then he also made some explanations about the flooding of the Nile River and all of those things. Remember the explanation that he gave, the fact that Ethiopia is closer to the equator than Egypt. So if Egypt, which is not close to the equator, has never experienced snow, how then could there be snow in Ethiopia? Because Ethiopia is closer to the equator where it is very, very hot. Okay. In fact, today we are going to delve deeper. When we get to Aristotle, we are going to delve deeper into the explanations for all of these things. Why and how we have hot places, we have cold places, and we have places that, according to Aristotle, they were the habitable areas of the earth. All right. So that was what we did last week. I hope everybody has properly refreshed themselves. Okay, so without much ado, we will begin with today's class. Lord Listo, your hand is still up. If it is not paining you, you can now put it down. All right, thank you. And as much as possible, let's try and minimize the interruptions. If your microphone is on, please try and put it off, unless you have a question. Okay, Prince, Mr. Prince Aberdu, I think your microphone is still on. All right. Okay, so as usual, the rules are always simple. Uh, let's respect each other and your colleagues as well. If someone is making a submission, please allow the person to finish, and then you can raise your hand. If you want to refute the claim or bring a different perspective, it is allowed. It is welcome. But let's all do it in a respectful way. And then lastly, if I am moving too fast, too slow, if you don't understand anything, don't hesitate to prompt me so that we address it as soon as possible. Today, we are going to finish up with the classical geographic thought, and then we would move on to the middle age of geography. Okay, last week I explained to you that geography has been divided into three ages or three eras. So we have the classical era, which began with Homer and then ends with the Roman geographers. Okay, it began with Homer as part of the Greek and then ends with the Roman geographers. A man we will later find out to be called what? Ptolemy. Now, after the classical geographic thought, we have the Middle Age geography, what we call the medieval geography. Middle Age geography or medieval geography. Either of them is correct. That is essentially geography within the Christian and the Muslim era. Okay, that's still some many years ago, thousands of years ago. Now, after that, we are going to look at the modern age geography or geography in the modern ages. I doubt we'll be able to reach there today, but today we are going to conclude the classical geographic thoughts and then begin with the medieval or the middle age geography. As usual, it is quite abstract. I'll try my best to make it very simple for you so that you can easily remember. So I hope you still have your pen or your paper with you. Some of the points are not in the slide, and so I'll be mentioning them as we move along. Uh, and some tips for the exam, the objectives, and all of those things will also be dropped as we move along. So please pay rapt attention. All right. If there is no question, if there is nothing else, we would continue. Okay, so since we concluded with Herodotus the last time, we are going to begin with Plato and Aristotle. Now, these people, we've already spoken about them extensively in chapter 1, where we explained that Plato was the master of deductive reasoning. Okay, so he was somebody who did not necessarily have to go and visit somewhere or experiment before he will make his conclusions. He was somebody who would just like to think. He was a thinker. So if someone deduces something, they say the person is a thinker. He will probably sit in his room, in his chair, on his bed, and then he would think about things. He would think and think and think, and then he'll come up with conclusions that if this is this, then this is that. If this is this, then this is that. Do you understand? That is essentially deductive reasoning. He may not have evidence to support any of the claims that he's making, remember, because he's just thinking about them. So sometimes you may be in your room and you may be thinking about things. You just be reasoning in your mind, and then you develop some conclusions that if this person did this to me, pa dear, and yet this person is not a good thing or a good person. Do you understand? If it's true that this person really, really did this to me, then this person is not a good person. You may not have any practical evidence to support the claim that this person is not a good person. But because you have thought about it several times, you have deduced from theory that this person is not a good person. Do you understand? So that is essentially deductive reasoning according to Plato. Okay. Now, he also believed that earthly things were imperfect copies of ideal forms. Cast your mind back to what we discussed in chapter 1 when we're talking about the what does it mean question, essentially trying to understand orderliness and harmony in the universe. You remember that we're saying Plato was the one who said that the universe was created in a perfect form, but human beings, through our activities, are the ones who are destroying the universe. You understand? And so essentially, earthly things, things that are in the domain of human beings, are imperfect. We are destroying things as compared to things that are up there in heaven. Do you understand? All right. Now, he also noted that Attica, a region around Athens, also in Greece, once had fertile soil that comfortably supported its people. So, someone may read this sentence and be like, how is this even geographic in the first place? This is essentially agricultural geography, because being able to map an area and say that this area is suited for agricultural purposes simply because it has fertile qualities is essentially you doing what agricultural geography. Okay, all of these things that we are going to discuss, don't let it seem abstract. Always try and connect it to something geographic. All right. Okay. Before we even proceed, I would like to rehash the things that I made you write down last week concerning how to study these people and answering them in the exam. Remember, you have your introduction, your body, your conclusion. In the introduction, you need to at least state the year the person was born, the century he lived, if available. Okay, if available. the work the person did, and all of those things. So for Plato, for instance, he was typically a philosopher. Plato was a philosopher. Okay, then you come to the body. In the body, you try to establish the things that the person did, the accomplishments the person was able to accomplish in his lifetime, which are considered geographic. And then in your conclusion, you write down possibly if you belong to either the mathematical or the literary tradition. Not all of them may fall explicitly under one of them. Some of them may fall here, may fall there. Some of them you don't even know where to put them. But if you will be able to properly define where they belong, that will be fine. So I hope we've gotten that one also clearly. All right. So let's move on. Now, still under Plato, most people in ancient times believed the earth was flat, but some Greek philosophers theorized it was spherical, seeing the sphere as the most perfect and symmetrical shape. Let's cast our minds back to Thales of Miletus. If you remember, he was one of the first people to hold the view that the earth was flat, like a disk floating on water. So initially, many people just thought the earth was flat, meaning that if you are able to walk to the edge of the earth, if care is not taken, you eventually do what? Fall off. Okay. But then people around Plato, and actually he was one of the first people to believe that the earth was spherical. But also remember, Plato was not somebody who was interested in seeking for evidence to support his claim. Okay, he was the master of what? The deductive reasoning, which means that he wouldn't necessarily go and look for evidence to support what he is saying, but he would just theorize. Now, what was the theory? The theory, according to him, was that the most perfect shape in all of the shape or forms that ever exist in human history was a sphere, something that was round. Okay, something spherical will resemble a tennis ball, a football, a basketball, an orange, the right-sized uh, watermelons are all spherical in shape or in form. Okay, so his theory was that of all the forms that exist in human history, it wasn't a triangle, it wasn't a rectangle, it wasn't a square, it wasn't any other thing but what? A sphere. Now, if he was the one who was also in chapter 1 claiming that the earth was created perfectly by the creator, then the earth was what? Spherical. Let me take it again. Remember, through our activities are the ones destroying it. Let's put the second part on hold. Let's focus on the first part. He said that the earth was created perfectly. Now, the sphere, if indeed the earth was created in perfection, as he claimed in chapter 1, then the earth was easy, and the earth was created in perfection, then the earth was what? Spherical. Which was created in perfect form as the home of man, must be spherical, as I just explained. Okay, all right. Now, a lot of you may have heard of him. In fact, all of us have heard of him. The Pythagoras theorem. Okay, is the same person. Now, he may have been the very first person to propose this. What? Spherical, developing mathematical laws for circular celestial motions, the circle theorems, and all of those things. Yeah. Now, his students applied these to a round Earth, and Plato later described the Earth as a sphere at the universe's center, though it is unclear if the idea was his or Socrates. So you must understand that before Plato, or Plato in fact was a student of a man called what? Socrates, or Socrates, as Ghanaians like to say Socrates. Now, Socrates was one of the first people to hold the view that the earth was spherical. Also did not find any evidence to support the claim. Then came Plato, his students, who also held the view, but couldn't also find any evidence to support his claim. But we must also understand that all of these theories or these theoretical deductions, remember, it is a theoretical deduction, meaning that at that point, there is no single strand of evidence to support the claim. So, in fact, it took Plato's students called what? Aristotle, to first seek supporting evidence to support the claim that what? The earth was spherical. And I'm taking my time to this to break down Plato and Aristotle because I know, say, well, at least one of them will come in your exam. At least one of them will come in your exam. So please pay attention. Let me go over Plato once again. Plato was one of the first people to claim that the earth was spherical. But he didn't have any evidence to support this claim because he was a theorist or he was a deductionist. Okay, now the theory that he deduced from was that the earth was created in perfect form or in perfect shape. And he also said that the most perfect shape of all the shapes that existed at that time, not a square, a trapezium, parallelogram, or whatever it was, none of them, but a sphere because of the smoothness of the edges. Okay. Now, if the earth was indeed created in perfect form, then the earth must be spherical simply because the most perfect shape was what? A sphere. Is that okay? So that was, to a point, one of his most important geographic contributions. Is that all right? Okay. Now let's move on to Aristotle. Remember, Aristotle is a student of what? Plato. Now, Aristotle, who lived between these years, joined Plato's academy at 17. So Plato's school was what called what? The academy. And he stayed until Plato's death. And then he traveled for 12 years before finding or founding his own school, the Lyceum in Athens in the year 335 BC. So all of these things can essentially form part of what Aristotle's introduction. Is that okay? Now, let's go to where the similarities between the two of them end. The fact that he believed that theory should be built through observation and tested against facts. Let me take it again. He believed theories should be built through observation and tested against facts. Now, he was of the view that whereas his master or his boss would simply be in his office or in his room and be thinking and be making claims without having any evidence, he believed that you have to go and see for yourself, go and check. Okay, go and find evidence for it, go and test it out. You may always have the ideas in your mind, yes, but go and test it out to be sure that what you are saying is true or false. Okay, so that is essentially what we call what? The inductive reasoning. So he says here that unlike Plato, who used the deduction reasoning, that is from the general to the particular, and unlike Plato, who used deduction, Aristotle used what? Induction. So deduction for Plato, induction for Aristotle. Now, let me put these two things side by side for you. So for Plato, he will reason from the general to the particular. Okay, from the general view or the global view to the specific. Whereas Aristotle will use or he will do the from the specific to the general. So let me give you an example. For Plato, he would be of the view that if Africans are black, okay, if Africans are black, then Ghanaians are black. If Africans are black, then Ghanaians are black. But Aristotle will be of the view that if Ghanaians are black, then Africans are black. if Ghanaians are black, Africans are black. Now let me ask you, class, which of them do you support? Which of them do you support?
Aristotle.
Beauty says Aristotle. Michael, who do you support?
I will support Aristotle.
Aristotle. Emmanuel in the comment section also says you support Aristotle. Hey, so Plato does not. Okay, Paul says you support Plato. Paul, why is it because of the P in your name? That's why you support Plato.
Yeah, I would also support that.
Paul, tell us why you support Plato. Tell us why. Yes, Paul, we are listening. Okay, Michael Sanders. Michael, tell us why you support Aristotle.
So the reason why me, I can't generalize things without taking a tough investigation. By looking at the perspectives they all arrived, Plato would just generalize that one. But looking at Aristotle will sit there, observe it. Aristotle will take a step or view it and take more investigation about it before giving generalization. Thank you.
All right. Okay, that's clear. That's okay. Thank you. Fadila Tahir, if you are here, you said you support Plato. Tell us why you support Plato. Yes, we are listening to you. If you don't speak, we will not move on. Okay, I think Barbara also says she supports Pluto. It's Plato, I know. Barbara, tell us why you support Plato.
Sorry.
Yes, Barbara.
I think being a deductive reasoner doesn't mean that it is senseless or baseless, but I just think you make deductive reasoning when there are little evidence to prove your point. So in the case of that, you can just generalize and think of it. It is much way easier than going out to get the evidence.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, thank you all for your submissions. Yes, EMS basic learning. You can go ahead.
Please, I want to ask a question, please.
Please go ahead.
In respect to Plato and then Aristotle, I want to ask that based on their philosophical ideas and then where they come from, don't you think that it will be because of their experience, their context, their way of learning? That is why they choose where they are coming from.
Exactly my point I was just about to make. Thank you very much. So, what is your name, Mr. EMS Basic Lessons? What's your name?
Joshua Mate.
Oh, you are Joshua. Is this Zenith or
Riverview?
Riverview, yeah, Riverview, yeah. Thank you very much. So what happens is this: one thing you must always bear in mind as a geographer, as someone who is studying geography, who is going to possibly teach geography in the future, whenever, you must understand that context always differ. Context always differs. So something may be in this context and apply very perfectly. You move it in a different context and it's having a different implication. Okay, and perspectives also matter, the same as experiences. So all of them have a different view of life. And when if you are a student who attended both of them, you would believe what they each said because they all made perfect sense. So it is not about who is actually right, it is about what context you are applying these ideas. There are certain contexts that will warrant you to think deductively. Okay. There are also contexts that will warrant you to think what inductively. But the bottom line that you must understand is that it is always best to at least find some sort of evidence to support whatever you are saying. Whether you begin to think about it first before you find evidence, or you just go and observe and then you find evidence. Either ways, always try to find evidence to support your claim. Is that fair? All right, thank you. Let's move on quickly. We have a lot of things to cover today. Now, Aristotle also believed that power, so that was his first contribution, the fact that theory should be tested through observation and against facts. That was his first contribution. Now, he also saw of the view that how our senses can tell us facts. Remember what the senses imply as under the geographic questions that we established in chapter 1. The senses, observation through the senses, and observation through the mind, the perceptions and the concepts. Remember? Okay, I won't go over it. So just go and read about it. Now, while our senses can tell us facts like fire being hot, they cannot always explain why it is so. To answer the question, what makes a thing the way it is, principles must be established. So before you can fully understand why something is going on or what is even going on, 4 fundamental principles must be established. The first thing is to describe the nature of the thing. That is essentially you identifying this essential character. You are just trying to tell how the thing looks like, how tall is it, what is the weight, what is the color. Okay, so if it's a girl, if you are trying to, those of you here who are not yet married, those of you here who are not married, if you want to describe your partner to someone, oh, she's tall, she's fair, she's like this, she's like that. Okay, that's the first thing, describing the nature. The second thing is to specify the matter, bones, blood, water. Okay, so if it is something geographic, if it is a mountain, okay, it has rocks, it has soil, it has vegetation on it. Okay, if it was a mountain that you are trying to describe its nature, you talk of the height. Okay, so always relate these things to something geographic. Okay, in terms of describing the nature of the mountain, you talk of its height, you talk of its width, you talk of the length of it. If you are specifying the matter, this is the basic substance that makes it up. Okay, so you have rocks, you have soil, you have stones, you have vegetation, you have certain animals in there, what have you. All right, now the third thing is to identify its cause. So the sort of processes that made it what it is. Still using the example of a mountain, you know that they are formed through what tectonic movements, the movement of the plates underneath the earth, as established in physical geography. I know this because I also taught it. Okay. Now, the last thing you do to understand what makes a thing the way it is to state its purpose. What purpose does it serve? What is it doing? What end is it meeting? Do you understand the purpose for which the thing exists? If you're able to establish all these things, these 4 things, the nature, specifying its matter, identification of its cause, and then stating its purpose, then you have essentially described what makes something the way it is. So you see a mountain, you don't know it is a mountain, but you are able to accurately describe all of these things. In the end, you may then be able to come out and say, okay, this is a mountain. This is a volcano. This is a tree. This is a man. This is a woman. This is a car. You understand? So for any and everything that you encounter, you don't understand. When you are able to properly apply these fundamental principles, clarity should be obtained. Okay? All right. Now, moving on, Aristotle also believed that all things change towards a final perfect state. Once again, something that he already stated in chapter 1. He said this because he was saying that human beings, okay, through our activities, are the ones trying to make the earth what a perfect place for ourselves. Do you understand and you remember? That is okay. Now, building on this man's ideas, he proposed that all earthly matter consists of four elements. So he was of the view that everything on earth, whether it is a stone, it is a man, it is a woman, it is a tree, water, whatever it is, everything on the earth is made up of four main elements. So we have earth, water, fire, and air. So these make up everything that we have on the earth. Okay. But he also proposed a fifth substance or a fifth element called what? Ether. Ether over here. Okay, ether. Now, this ether, according to him, was the substance from which the celestial bodies are made. And the last week I explained to you that celestial bodies are essentially the sun, the moon, the planets, asteroids, meteorites, galaxies. All of those things are what celestial bodies, the stars. Okay. Now he is claiming that anything on the earth is made up of four fundamental elements: earth, water, fire, and air. But then there's also a fifth substance called what? Ether. Now, this ether is what makes up the celestial bodies. So the sun is made up of ether, the stars are made up of ether, the comets are made up of ether, goes on and on and on. Exactly. Now, another important contribution that he made was the fact that he accepted Plato's spherical earth theory and sought evidence to support it. So he didn't refute the claim of Plato that the earth was spherical. Rather, he accepted and even went a step further to do what? To seek evidence to support that claim. Okay. Now he noted the earth's rounded shadow during the lunar eclipse and the rising height of stars when moving north, both supporting a spherical earth. So I attached this image here to show you episodes of a lunar eclipse. So this claim, okay, simply states that it is only a spherical object that can cast a spherical shadow. Simple and short. No long talk over there. Okay. It is only a spherical object that can cast a spherical shadow. Not a square, not a rectangle, not any other shape or form, but a sphere. So when the shadow that you are seeing here is basically the shadow of the earth during the lunar eclipse. So when you see that it is curved in this manner, you know that it is a spherical object that is casting the shadow. When you move to the second phase, almost like the crescent for our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, okay, you can see that the shape is still there, still a spherical earth casting a spherical shadow, although it is just in part, okay. But you can see that the shadow that has been cast here is one of a curved surface, which can only be defined by what? A spherical object. Goes on and on in the third, in the fourth, and in the fifth stage, you can see that this shape, okay, you can then see the full shape of the earth or of the shadow of the earth being cast on the moon. Okay, so he's the one who was the first to possibly sought for evidence to support the claim that what? The earth is a spherical earth. Is that clear? All right. Now, to arguably one of his most important contributions, okay, Aristotle also was the person who introduced the concept of what? Varying habitability. The concept of varying habitability. Varying spelled VARYING. Then habitability over here. The concept of varying habitability. Now, Aristotle proposed the Earth's habitability depending on what? Latitude. Depending on what? Latitude. Now, he said the torrid zone near the equator was too hot. The frigid zones were also too cold. And then the temperate zone was ideal for life. So he was of the view that yes, the earth is not the same everywhere. Temperature is not the same everywhere. Remember, the fact that he's mentioned they are able to attribute temperatures to different locations of the earth is still what? Geography. Because as part of geography, you are going to mention issues about climate, issues about weather, and all of those things. And I know as part of earth science, last week you all did aspects of what climate and weather. Okay, now he said that the earth can be divided into a number of zones. There is a zone around the equator that he called the torrid zone. Now, his view was that this torrid zone was simply too hot for human beings to live there. So it was what? Uninhabitable. Uninhabitable. The second zones that he defined were the frigid zones. These frigid zones were at the North Pole and the South Pole. And so essentially they were also what? Uninhabitable. Simply because they were what? They were too cold. Now, the last zone that he defined were the what? The the temperate zones. These temperate zones, according to him, were the habitable ones because they were neither too cold nor too warm. And so they were perfect for supporting what? Human life. So what you can now see on your screen is me trying to help you visualize the zones of varying habitability. So according to Aristotle, okay, as I said, there was an area around the equator, or there is an area around the equator, and this is the equator. And we know from physical geography that it is the line that divides the earth into two equal halves. So the equator dividing the earth into two equal halves, this area around the equator is called what? The torrid zone. This torrid zone is simply too warm, too hot for people to stay there. That is why in Ghana, as you can see over here, this is Ghana. Okay, we are somewhere around the equator, and so we are typically in the almost in the center of the torrid zone. That is why the heat here is unbearable. But according to Aristotle, life here was not supported because of the sort of heat that was here. Okay, so that's the first zone. Now, he was also of the view that there were two zones, one at the North Pole, one at the South Pole. This is the North Pole over here. Okay, so the North Pole areas over here are simply too cold. As you can see, ice is over here. Okay, so all these areas are simply too cold for people to stay. And he called this zone what? The zones at the poles, he called them what? The frigid zones. Okay, this is the other one at the South Pole. Okay, over here too, it is simply too cold for people to stay. So it is also what? Uninhabitable. Now, the only areas, according to him, that were habitable for human beings, if something is habitable, it means it can support life, were the temperate zones. So these are the zones in between the torrid zone and the frigid zone to the north, and then the torrid zone and the frigid zone to the south. So they are more or less transitional zones or boundary zones in between the two, the torrid zone and the frigid zone, either at the North Pole or the South Pole. Is that clear? So that is the concept of the varying habitability of the earth, essentially defining areas of the earth that people can stay and areas of the earth people cannot stay. Okay, so that was very clear. And as I said, this is geographic indeed because he was ascribing climate and temperature to areas of the earth. Is that clear? All right. So that concludes it for Aristotle. That concludes it for Aristotle. Remember, the both of them, Plato and Aristotle, one was the teacher of the other. Plato was a teacher, Aristotle was a student. Plato held the view that the earth was spherical, but they didn't find any evidence to support the claim. And until it got to his student's time, after all his travels, then he began to find evidence to support the claim. Okay, he also but there was a fifth substance called ether, which made up the celestial bodies. Okay, now his evidence to support the spherical earth was provided through the shadows cast is one of a spherical shape. Is that clear? All right. Let's move on to Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great. Important geographers. Is there a question?
Yes, I don't know whether I'm the only one, but there are breakages. There are breakages in your line. Seriously,
The
I don't know
same
whether
thing
I'm the only
applies.
one.
Very
Is
true.
everybody
You're
experiencing
not the only
breakages
one.
in
Very true. It's
Only
very
I thought it's only me.
Yes, yes, yes,
Pardon?
yes. Almost all of us.
almost all of us.
Oh.
That's my bad. Today my network is terrible. But let's as we go on, try and is it better? Okay. Even if you can't hear me, all right, sure. Let's just try and stick with me. It should be okay.
Okay.
But let me first apologize for my network today. All right. Alexander the Great. Now this particular person was, should I say, a king? Okay, or he became a king after the demise or the death of his father. Now, he was also a student of Aristotle. Please, if your microphone is on, try and mute it so that my breakages will not be too pronounced. Okay, all right. Alexander the Great was one of the students of Aristotle. So you see, it's like a storyline. It's like a teacher, Socrates started, and then Plato came, then Aristotle came. Now there is what? Alexander the Great. Now he was a prince, he was a royal. So he stuck to what his master was teaching him. Aristotle taught him to what? Go and see, go and test theories. As you remember. Now, his most famous student, Alexander the Great, studied under him from age 13 to 16. So he was just there for about 3 years. Now, though their time was brief together, Alexander applied Aristotle's teachings effectively. And as a king at the age of 20, he launched a military campaign that also served to expand Greek geographic knowledge. So he became a king at the age of 20, but he decided to spread geographic knowledge through military conquests or campaigns. Okay, how did he do that? He says that Alexander's conquest greatly expanded Greek geographic knowledge. In fact, in 334 BC, after defeating tribes north of the Danube, which is a river, he crossed into Asia, moving from coastal routes into central Turkey, then south of Egypt, where he founded Alexandria in 332 BC. So he was a Greek who traveled so widely that he even ended up in Egypt, where he founded the city was Alexandria, which in fact is still in existence today. In fact, the city is even named after him, Alexandria. Now, he later advanced through Persia, which is modern day Iran. So, which means by that time he had crossed into what? Asia, from Africa then to Asia, and then crossed the Indus River, believing he was near the edge of the known world, the Ecumen. I forgot to mention this, but in Aristotle, or as part of Aristotle's zones of varying habitability, remember he said there's a torrid zone around the equator, two frigid zones at the North Pole and the South Pole, and then two temperate zones, one in the northern hemisphere, one in the southern hemisphere. The other name for the temperate zones he gave was what? Ecumen. Ecumen, this word over here. Okay, ecumen. This is the other name he gave for the temperate zone, the area that can be habitable. Is that clear? All right. So after Alexander the Great had gone to Egypt to found this great city, he moved into Asia and then did what he went to do over there. Now, His expedition, or when he was traveling with a number of people. He traveled one with writers. I hope you're writing something down. Number one, he traveled with writers. Number two, he traveled with astronomers. And then number three, he traveled with pacers. So number one, writers. Number two, astronomers. Number three, pacers. All these people are part of what his army. Now, let me break down what each of them was responsible for. So the writers were responsible for documenting whatever they saw and whatever they did. Remember, he was trying to spread Greek knowledge through military conquest. So he would go and conquer people, and then whatever okay, so he takes what he already knows from Greece, goes to impart on the people through military. So definitely after he has conquered you, he would introduce his doctrines on you, and then life moves on. And then whatever you also know, he would also document, whether true or false. He would just document and send it back to Greece. So that was the role of the writers. They were essentially what documenters. Now, he also traveled with astronomers. These astronomers were responsible for defining direction and location. Remember, these people at that time, they had not yet developed the grid system that we have today, the one that the longitude and the latitude that we have. They hadn't defined it. So what they had to do was to use the position of the stars and other celestial bodies to define location and direction. So whether they are moving north or south or east or west, that was the work of what? The astronomers. So imagine they go and encounter a mountain, a particular river. Okay, what would they do? They would use the astronomers would define the direction and the location of that particular phenomenon. Okay, and then the writers would document. Is that clear? And then the pacers were responsible for defining what distance. Distance. Okay, because they were the ones who used their pace. Okay, at that time, once again, they hadn't yet developed these tape measures and these surveying equipment that we have today. So they were using what paces. So someone will walk, a trained pacer will walk, and then will then define the distance or the length of something. Exactly. So these are the three sets of people that Alexander the Great moved with as part of his army. Now, at the time of his death, he was planning two major geographic expeditions. Is there a question?
So
Yes.
please, kindly, the third one, James, I didn't hear of that one. Please, kindly repeat it for me, please.
The third one, the pacers, right? Okay. So as I was
Yes,
saying,
sir, please.
the pacers were those who were responsible for documenting, for determining the distance or the length of something. So after the astronomers have defined the direction and the location of whatever phenomenon it is, assuming it's a river, okay, the pacers will be the ones to walk around it to determine this is the length of the river. This is how wide the river is. Okay. So that was the role of what? The pacers. And the writers will still document. Okay. So that was their own way of trying to spread Greek knowledge. Remember, they would impart what the Greeks already knew as at that time onto other people, and then what the other people also knew will be documented and sent back to Greece. Okay, all right. So as it says here, it says these efforts brought back detailed observations of lands beyond Greece. Somewhere last week, I also explained to you that the Greeks were not people who typically liked to go so far away beyond their borders. Okay, so when they found someone who, when someone was then able to go that distance, the person would definitely have to document whatever he saw or did to serve as some sort of evidence. Okay, back in Greece. Is that clear? All right. Now, at his death, Alexander was planning two major geographic expeditions, one to determine if the Caspian Sea connected to the ocean, and another to explore the southern Libya's coastline and equatorial habitability. So as let me see if I can project this for you to see. Um, okay, so this is the Caspian Sea. If you can see my screen, this is the Caspian Sea. So one of his, as we were just reading, one of his goals was to see or to check if the Caspian Sea was connected to the ocean. Okay, this is the Caspian Sea, but he wasn't able to fully do this before he died. Okay, that was one of his objectives or his goals. Now, his second goal was to check to see if the southern Libya's coastline uh, uh, was habitable. He wanted to verify his master's zones of varying habitability. If you remember what we said, Aristotle's zones of varying habitability, he said that areas areas around the equator were the torrid zone, and these areas could not support life because of the intense heat. So he wanted, and remember in chapter 1 again, we said that uh, Libya, as at that time, was the name that was ascribed to Africa, okay, in general. And so he wanted to check if the southern part of Libya was habitable. Is that okay? So these were the two expeditions that he wanted to embark on before he died, which he was not able to do. Is that okay? So that was a contribution of Alexander the Great to geography. Oh, I think I've projected the wrong slide. Sorry. Um, oh, another wrong lecture. Sorry. Apologies today. All right. Let's see. All right. Okay, so this concludes Alexander the Great's contribution to geography. Please, at this point, is there a question before we move on? Is there a question? Okay, let's move on to
Hello,
electricity.
sir.
All right, sure.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Uh,
Michael.
mine is a contribution. Since you made mention about how he died, but that one it seems you did not hammer that point. I don't know whether
Which point is that once again?
I'm talking about Alexander the Great. I had wanted to ask
Yes.
how he died.
Oh, okay. How how he died? Uh, how he died is of that much importance as at this point. Okay. I don't want to go so much into that. There's a whole history around and every other thing. But at this point, it is not for us to go into that. We are looking more at the geographic contributions that he made.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, please can you touch on the goals again?
All
The
right.
two goals.
The two goals. Okay. So his first goal that he knew was true or false. So the first goal that he wanted to achieve was to check to see connected to the ocean. A sea is essentially enclosed.
I think he's off. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong.
Yeah.
It's still
Yes,
off.
I
Yeah.
was going to ask whether it's me alone.
I think it's me. It's off.
I cannot also
I
hear.
cannot hear anything.
Okay.
Let's wait for some time.
Then maybe he's off. Let's wait for some time. Network.
Sure. And then let's
I think the slide is looking for us, so we should get it. Even if
He's off. He's off. He will come back very soon. The class is becoming interesting. I asked him more.
Guys, sorry. Today my network is very, very, very terrible. I apologize for it. Just stick with me. Whenever I go off, I'll try my best to come back on. So apologies for that once again. We were on. Someone asked the question of the goals of Alexander the Great. First, as I was saying, his first goal was to check to see was the Caspian Sea enclosed or was it connected to the ocean. That was his first goal. Okay. Now the second goal was to check if southern Libya's coastline and was the place actually habitable or not. Okay, to explore southern Libya's coastline and equatorial habitability. Remember, Libya is not enclosed by any ocean or any coast, so they were inadvertently referring to what Africa as at that time. He wanted to explore the African continent, the entire coastline. So moving all around to West Africa, coming down to Southern Africa, East Africa, and then going back to the northern part of Africa. But then, remember, Aristotle, who was his master, had produced a concept of marine habitability, stating that part of the equator, which was called the torrid zone, was not habitable. So his second goal, which was more or less 2 in 1, okay, wanted to check if wanted to explore Libya's coastline first of all, and then secondly to check for the habitability of the torrid zone. Is that clear? Whoever has a question, you there?
Very clear, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I think there was another hand that was up. I think it was a female or so, if I'm not lying.
Yes, sir. I was the one, but I had an answer to it already.
You have an answer to it.
Yes.
Hey, I think you support Plato because you thought about your own answer or your own question and brought your own answer. So you deduced. That's okay. That's okay. I think there are too many people having their microphones on at this time, so please mute yourselves. There's an Asamoah, Mr. Asamoah. Please, thank you. All right. Let's quickly move on. We have quite a lot to do today. Okay, so we are moving on to Eratosthenes. Now, this man, we've already heard of him. We've already heard of him extensively in chapter 1, saying that he's the father of geography because he was the first to use the word geography. He coined the word geography. Okay, all right. So he is also sometimes considered the father of geography. Remember, when we were studying Homer, we also said, according to the Greeks, Homer. Yes, hello.
Hello, sir. Sir, what about Homer? Okay, you are saying it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, according to the Greeks, they see Homer as the father of geography because he started geographic writings. That's the reason. The Greek geographers, or according to the Greeks, he's the father of geography. But to the rest of the world, We view Eratosthenes as the father of geography because he was the first to use the word geography. So Homer, in all of his geographic writings, never ever used the word geography. But Eratosthenes was the one who used or who first used the word geography, okay, coining a term to shape the study of the earth as the home of humanity. Is that clear? So to the Greeks, Homer is the father of geography, but to the rest of the world, we inclusive, Americans inclusive, okay, we view Eratosthenes as the father of geography. So if you are asked in an exam, in a quiz, who is the father of geography, your answer is Eratosthenes. Is that clear? All right. Now, he was born in Cyrene, which is somewhere in Libya, and he received broad education in Athens, which is in Greece, and he likely both attended both the academy and the Lyceum. Remember, the academy was for Plato, and the Lyceum was for who? Aristotle. That was around 244 BC. Now, he became a royal tutor in Egypt and later chief of the librarian at the Alexandria Museum, one of the most prestigious scholarly roles, and he held this position until his death at the age of 80. So he was so intelligent, he was so intellectual that he was appointed the chief librarian, which was at that time one of the most important roles in academia. So possibly a level of a vice chancellor today. Okay, all right. Now, at that time, let me touch on the fact that the Egyptians at that time who had in Alexandria at that time, they had one of the most advanced uh, 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 meetings of academia. So knowledge from all over the world was gathered in different areas. Okay, so what we essentially call civilizations. The Greeks had one. Okay, in Miletus, if you remember. Okay, the Egyptians also had one in what Alexandria. When you go to the Middle East, they also had one there in Baghdad. Today, that's in, if I'm not lying, that's in Syria also, or Iraq also, one of them. Okay, there was also one in China, and we'll discuss that one also later. But at this time, although he was raised in Greece, he later became the chief librarian in Alexandria. Now, he wrote three geographic books. All these parts is something that you can just read to understand for yourself. But he wrote three books. These three books described the ecumen. Remember what the ecumen is? The habitable part of the earth. What Aristotle defined as what? The temperate zone. So this should tell you that Eratosthenes had indeed attended Aristotle's school called the Lyceum, if you remember. Okay, these three books describe the ecumen, the inhabited earth, in which he accepted both the major divisions of Europe, Asia, and Libya. Once again, note the word they use here, Libya. They were trying to define Africa, but at that time it was called what? Libya. And the five zones. That is one, a torrid zone, two temperate zones, and then two rigid zones. As has been pictured here for you, if you can see, the torrid zone was around the equator. There's two frigid zones, one in the North Pole, one at the South Pole. Okay, now we have three of them. So one torrid zone, two frigid zones, making three. And then two temperate zones, also known as the ecumen, one in the northern hemisphere, one in the southern hemisphere. According to the concept of varying habitability, it is only the temperate zone that is habitable. Please excuse me for a minute. All right, thank you. Now, so as I said, the zones as defined by Aristotle were five: one torrid zone, two temperate zones, two frigid zones. The two temperate zones are what we call what's the ecumen. Okay, so Eratosthenes' books defined the ecumen. Now he said that the torrid zone was about 45 degrees of the whole circumference of the Earth, and then the frigid zones extended 24 degrees from each pole, the North Pole here and the South Pole there. And then the temperate zone was between the tropic and the polar circles. So the tropics are always around the equator. Today we know this because now we don't call it the torrid zone anymore. We call it the tropics. Okay, so we have the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, we have the Arctic Circle and then the Antarctic Circle. Do you understand? All right, so that was part of his contribution to geography. Now, after asserting or accepting Aristotle's concept of varying habitability, essentially writing on them, accepting them and documenting them, he also prepared a world map. So this is the second person that we know of who has prepared a world map. The first person to do this last week was who? Anaximander. Now we are learning that Eratosthenes also developed a world map. Please take note of the word Eratosthenes. It's not Eratosthenes. As some of you will be writing for me later. It is not Eratosthenes. It is Eratosthenes. Okay, the spellings are most important. I'll reiterate the fact. The spellings are important. If you misplace one word, it means you are talking about a different person altogether. And so whatever you are writing is wrong. Are you? He prepared a world map using a framework of north, south, and east, west lines, though they were not evenly spaced. Now, this is very intriguing. This is very surprising because it means that he was the first person to sort of try and develop something that we can call the north, south lines, east, and west lines, called what? The longitude and the latitude. He was the first person to try and introduce that. His only problem was that the lines were not evenly spaced. If you look on any atlas or on even the image I projected of the Earth earlier, you can see that the lines are evenly spaced. But his world map, although it was an improvement, as you can see here, it is a vast improvement on what Anaximander had. But even here, you can still see that the lines that define the longitude and the latitude are not evenly spaced. And so determining location and direction will be somehow difficult. Exactly. But this is a vast improvement on what they already had. Now, he designated the meridian of Alexandria extended south through Syene and north of Rhodes and the Byzantium as the prime meridian. So the prime meridian that we have today passing through Ghana, the one that Eratosthenes prepared, didn't have it passing through Ghana and the one we know also in London. No. His own passed somewhere through Egypt. Now he also defined latitudes, but I'll reiterate the fact, although he's the first person to try, and in fact, it is the person who comes after him that was the one who sort of prepared it better, more evenly spaced. Yes, hello.
So, although you were saying something about there, but your line went off.
You can't hear. Is that my line went off?
Yeah, what you were saying, although he was, we are curious in getting that information.
Okay, sure. All right, sure. Thank you. So, as I was saying, although he is credited to be the first people to try, okay, the underlined word there is what? Hello?
Hello, sir, we are listening, please.
One of the first people to try and introduce it. It is not ascribed to him as the one who introduced it. Okay, in fact, it is the person who comes after him, one of his students.
So we can't hear you.
So please, are you
I
still
thought
presenting? We
it's
can't
me
hear you again.
alone.
No, he's under he's using two machines. One of them is showing the slide, and the other is used for the voice presentation. So I think the slide came and then the voice is yet to come.
I think
Then somebody
you know
somebody
saying
should
things.
prompt him so that he should stop talking into the air.
Hello, please. He's aware, so he'll be on it.
In fact,
Oh,
so
okay.
otherwise, if it's we are hearing.
So right now the slide part has come, but the voicing has not come.
Please, it's the same laptop that he's using, so he's just presenting it.
So
So let's just
can you
exercise
now
patience.
hear me? Can you now hear me? All right, all right, all right.
Yes, please.
Don't be agitated, okay? When I go off, I'll always come back on, okay? So don't worry at all. Just when I go off, try and prompt me one way or the other. I would get back to you, okay? Let's quickly do it so that we don't
Yes,
spend
sir.
much time going on and off. Now, to his most important contribution to geography. As at this time, let me draw a little history or timeline for you. Right from the beginning, okay, Tales of Miletus, he claimed that the earth was flat, okay, like a disc floating on water. Then came Anaximander, also supporting the claim. Much later, we got to Plato. Then Plato, as we learned today, was the first person to actually say that, oh, no, the earth is not flat, but spherical. Mind you, he didn't have any evidence to support the claim. Okay, but then it took his student called Aristotle to actually find the evidence to support that claim. Okay, in fact, Alexander the Great, who was Aristotle's student, went to great lengths to also test some of Aristotle's claims and asserted to them. Okay, then came Eratosthenes, who, after accepting Aristotle's concept of habitability, someone has her microphone on, getting feedback, so please mute yourself. Okay. Now, at this point, the Greeks had agreed that the earth was spherical.
I can't hear anything. Am I the only person experiencing this?
I can't also hear,
I'm not
so
only
let's
you, all of
wait
us.
for him. He said we shouldn't be worried. He'll
Yeah,
come back. Okay. So let's keep waiting.
you are not hearing.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't know if I should keep saying sorry every time I go off. I'll try and reduce it, but sorry once again. So he stood at the well at Alexandria in Cyan, and he observed that the sun was shining. The sun was vertically overhead, meaning that he could observe the sun at the bottom of the well. The idea was that if the earth was flat, he should be able to see the same thing at a different place, because if you are standing on a flat place and I see something in the sky, the same thing I'm seeing should, if I stand on any other part of the earth, I should see the same thing at the same time. Is that clear? So the first part of the experiment was documenting the spherical nature of the earth. If he saw the sun's reflection at the bottom of the well, okay, he should also be able to see it at a different place. So what he did was to move from Cyan to Alexandria. So this is the well at Cyan, and then he moved on to Alexandria. Now at Alexandria, there was a tall structure called an obelisk. An obelisk. Now, the shadow that was casted of that tall building on the ground, or there was an actual shadow, which means that the sun was not vertically overhead at that point. If the sun was vertically overhead, no shadow should be casted. Remember, when it is noontime, when it is 12 is it PM or so, when you are walking in the afternoon, you don't see head. But the moment it gets to around 2, 3 thereabouts, when there's an angle, the sun is now at a particular angle, it's now not vertically overhead. You realize that it casts a shadow. So which means that at this point, the sun was not vertically overhead, meaning that he was walking on what? A curved surface. I hope you are getting it to this point. Observing that there's a shadow that was casted by this tall structure on the ground. Okay, which means that the earth was not flat but what? Spherical. Now he observed that the angle that the shadow made with the ground was what? 1/50. Okay, at that time. Okay, let me go to that place. It says that the angle between Cyan and Alexandria represented 1/50 of the Earth's total circumference. Okay, this angle over here. Now remember Tales of Miletus. One of his geometric propositions that he propounded was that alternate angles are what? Equal. Okay, alternate angles are equal if two straight parallel lines are crossed by a straight diagonal line. The alternate angles or the opposite angles are what? Equal. So these are the angles. So if this angle here is 1/50, this angle here is going to also be what? 1/50. I hope you are following from the story of the well, and I hope you can all hear me. I've not gone off yet, right? You cannot hear me.
Yes, sir. You are on.
Thank you. Let me quickly move on so I don't go off again. Okay, so from the story of the well to this point, observing that the sun was vertically overhead in the sky, he could see it at the bottom of the well. Now he wanted to verify, if I move into any other part of the earth, will I see the same thing? So he moved to a different part of Egypt called Alexandria. Okay, now when he went there, he realized that there was a tall structure. But whereas he should be observing no shadow, meaning that the sun was vertically overhead. Now there was a shadow, meaning that he was walking on what? A curved surface. Now he observed that the angle that this shadow made with the tall structure was around 1/50 degrees. Okay. Now he remembered the geometric principles of tails of Miletus, saying that when two straight parallel lines are crossed, this is the parallel line, line AB, line SC. When these two lines are crossed by another straight diagonal line, the opposite angles are what? Equal. Or alternate, essentially saying alternate angles are equal. So this angle here should be the same as this angle here. Okay. So that was about 1/50 of the Earth's total circumference. Now, we're working with Alexander the Great. There were three people. There were writers, there were astronomers, and there were what? Pacers. People to walk, to pace, to essentially define the distance between Cyan over here, where the well was, and then Alexandria, where the tour. And when they walked, when they measured the distance, they got what? 500 miles. 500 miles. Now he multiplied 2,500 miles. So when he calculated, he got what? 2,500 miles, short of just about 240 miles. So that was how close he got to the actual figure. The actual figure is what? 24,860 miles. But he calculated and got what? 25,000 miles. Remember, at this compass, they didn't have any tool. He was just using his own wisdom and the paces that he had around, in addition to the geometric principles of what? Tails of Miletus. So you see how intelligent those people. They didn't really know much. This is how intelligent they were. This is how close they got to. This is important because we will get to a different person who also calculated the circumference of the Earth, and he deviated. I think a hand is up. Augustine, talk to me.
Sir, please, I want to know, why didn't history account for the names of the pacers, astronomers, and the writers?
Thank you very much. A great question, a good question. The problem, I don't know. I won't presume to know. I don't have the world's knowledge in my head. But what I am presuming is that these people were largely insignificant. Because imagine the number of writers that you would have in your team. Imagine the number of astronomers that you have in your team. Imagine the number of pacers you have in your team. Remember, it is not one person that will do all this 500 miles. Do you know what 500 miles is? 500 miles is quite a distance. And miles is even longer than a kilometer. Miles is longer than a kilometer. So Ghana's coastline, let me give for reference, Ghana's coastline is about 550 kilometers. And so, but he was moving, he measured the distance of what? 500 miles. Okay, so it's not a small distance. So he definitely employed a number of people to measure this. And so they can't obviously have so many names written down. I understand, because it would have been best to document some of the names of these people. And another point is this, Augustine, I'm coming. Another point is this. It is possible their names were written or documented. It is possible. But after a while, okay, when we get to the medieval geography, you would learn something important, that there were several wars that were fought between Christians and Muslims. And a country like Egypt was under great contention because it was a center of academic knowledge at a point in time. So whoever controlled that particular country had control of the knowledge of the world. And so at a point in time, several wars were fought in Alexandria, somewhere in Egypt, and the library that documented or had knowledge of all of these things, where Eratosthenes was appointed the chief librarian, it was burnt down. It was burnt down. So it is possible that all of these people at a point may have had their names documented, but they were lost due to the fire that was started burning down the Great Library. Your hand was up again. You had something else to say?
Okay, so yes. So does it mean that history only accounts for people who brings the idea for expedition, or it also accounts for people who they follow, or the people who follows them? Let me
That
put it
is
that way.
history for you. History is written by the dominant people. History is not written by the weaker ones. Why do you think when it comes to knowledge on colonization, much of what we know comes from the white people themselves? We don't have anything ourselves. History of Africans, the history of Africans was even better documented by the white people rather than us, because they conquered us. Do you understand? History is largely written by the dominant ones. Okay, if you go and let me give you an example. I'm sure you have school children, or you even have kids maybe. But when your children fight in school, it is usually the one who won the fight. He is the one that determines the narrative of the fight. Oh, on the next come first, na me bufu na me share the global, and that is what will happen. Okay, so history is documented by the dominant ones. So I'm not saying that some of these people don't exist, because there are several astronomers like Galileo. Galileo, he was the first person to sort of use the telescope to observe stars in the sky. Okay, there are so many of them, but it is usually the dominant ones that take the name. And if you work for a man like Alexander the Great, who was a king and then a military leader at the same time, there is no way you, as a mere pacer, you take the glory for what he is leading. Without him, you wouldn't have even been there. Do you understand? And so I understand your sentiments, but it is what it is, as we say in Ghana. Is that okay, Augustine? Thank you. Any other question? All right, let's move on.
Hello, sir.
Yes, another question. Let's go.
Sir, please, I want to ask, actually, in case in objectives, if a question like this, the first person to draw the world map and an examiner and then the Zlatozins, which one should we pick, please?
So the question will be clear. If it is stated who was the one to draw the first person to draw the world map, simply it is Anaximander. But if it states who was the one to draw the map of the world to scale, to scale, using the longitudes and latitudes, then you go ahead to Eratosthenes. Okay. If I'm not telling lies, I think Anaximander he even drew the map of the world to scale at a point. Yes, Anaximander did. So this question is not even under contention. Anaximander was the first person to draw the map of the world to scale. Okay. Yes. So as for that one, it is not under contention. Eratosthenes was the one who sort of tried to introduce the longitude and the latitude, but didn't perfect it. Okay, although his map was a little better and more advanced than that of Anaximander, it is usually attributed to Anaximander as being the person who first drew the map of the world to scale. Mr. Michael, are we good?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are welcome, sir. All right. Moving on. Let's move on. So the source of the errors have been identified. The source of the errors had been identified. Remember, the figure that he got was 25,000, but the real figure was 24,860. Now, it says that though measurements then were imprecise, Alexandria is slightly west of Cyan. So he was of the view that Alexandria was not. Okay, he was of the view that Alexandria was not. This is Cyan. This is Alexandria. He was thinking Alexandria was somewhere here. I hope you are seeing my cursor. So that would have made a direct north and south line. But in actuality, Alexandria is a little bit to the west. In fact, it's about 3 degrees west of Cyan. So if you draw the cardinal point here, okay, the cardinal point, if you're able to draw it here, let me see if I can do that for you. If you draw the cardinal point here, whoever has the hand up, I'll attend to you briefly. If you draw the cardinal point here, north, south, east, and west, you can trace the direction to Cyan over here. Okay, and if you measure the angle that it formed, you get about 3 degrees west of Cyan. You get it? And so the combination of the error in direction, okay, the 3 degrees west distortion, and then the distance between Cyan and Alexandria, which he thought was 500 but was actually 453 miles, he could have actually got this figure, because even without the accurate tools, this was how close he got. But because of the distortions and the lack of or the improper measurements with the paces, okay, this was the figure that he got to. And I think he should be commended for this extensively, because this is not something easy that anyone else can do. Samuel Kudaya, please go ahead.
No, please. I'm okay. I'm okay.
You are okay. That's fine. That's fine.
Yes.
Okay. So that was that for the measurements of the circumference of the Earth. All right. So after Eratosthenes came another man called Hipparchus, and as I told you, he was the one who actually perfected Eratosthenes's longitude and latitude lines. Let me tell you who to focus on at this point. Focus on from today's lecture. Focus on Plato and Aristotle 1. Focus on Eratosthenes as well, because as you can see, his contributions to geography are quite extensive. Then we come to Hipparchus. Now, it says that when Eratosthenes died, he was succeeded as chief librarian at Alexandria by a man named Hipparchus. Hipparchus. Now, although the exact date of his birth and death are unknown, records confirm that he was active at the library around 140 BC. Unlike Eratosthenes, Hipparchus was primarily a mathematician and astronomer. A mathematician and astronomer rather than a geographer. You see what they are saying here? He was primarily a mathematician and an astronomer rather than a geographer. So he is not typically a geographer, but he contributed to geography. Nevertheless, he made a significant theoretical contribution by demonstrating how to establish the exact position of every point on the Earth's surface. So he was the one who perfected the longitude and the latitude lines, essentially what we call the grid system. Defining location, the relative location, and there is actual location or precise location. Okay, 5 meters ahead of this. Okay, the problem with that is If it happens that that reference point is moved, what then? If you are determining your location based on a school, a bank, or something, and then 5 years later, that bank it has been goofed. It is defunct, like how some banks are defunct today. What then would you use as a reference point to define location? And so you needed a more precise, specific location. That was what we used. That was when they developed what the grid system by Hipparchus. So if you are asked in an exam, who developed the grid system? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is Hipparchus. Are you? Or the longitude and latitude lines? The answer is Hipparchus. Now, Hipparchus using the Assyrian arithmetic as a system still in use today. So as you can see here, he is the one who defined all of this, dividing the circle into 360 degrees. Okay, all right. Now, he defined a geographic grid of latitude and longitude, as we've noted, noting that the equator and the meridians are great circles. And we know what a great circle is, the line that divides the earth into two equal halves. Okay, while the parallels shorten towards the poles. Okay, the lines of parallel. Remember, the other name for the latitudes are what? Lines of parallel, because they don't meet, then they don't cross each other as well. So all of these ones are parallels, and they shorten as you get to the pole, because as you can see, this circle here is smaller than this circle. Now, since the earth rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours, it moves 15 degrees of longitude each hour. I know you've already gone through this extensively in physical geography, so we will not spend much time on this. Now, he also aimed to make geography more precise through this grid. Latitude could be measured fairly well with the new moon, but longitudes remain uncertain due to the lack of timekeeping, especially at sea. Okay, so the latitude could have been measured with the gnomon. And remember what the gnomon is. The gnomon was introduced into the Greek system by Anaximander. Today we call that instrument was the sundial. Okay, now Hipparchus proposed using eclipse timing at different locations to estimate longitude, though this method wasn't applied for centuries. But another important contribution that he made to geography that is even in use till today, okay, he developed two map projections. Now, let me explain this to you. The Earth at this point, for the umpteenth time, is now accepted as what? Spherical. In fact, it has been evidenced by experiments by Aristotle and even by Alexander the Great, and also by who? Eratosthenes, after he had conducted the experiment to measure the circumference of the Earth. He also documented the spherical nature of the Earth. Now, Hipparchus, who was his student, was faced with a problem. How do we transfer that spherical nature of the Earth onto a flat surface? The thing is spherical, it is round. How do I repicture or reproduce that spherical thing on a flat surface? So the issue is this: try and visualize cutting an onion or peeling it. Okay, make a cut. Today, my assignment to all of you on this platform, I wouldn't have a way of telling if you did it or not. But my assignment to all of you today is this: everybody should go out and buy an orange. When you buy the orange, don't cut don't peel it off completely. Cut it from the top, or should I say the north pole of the onion to the south pole of the onion. Okay, cut it in just one direction. Don't do it all around. Just cut it in one direction. Now try as much as possible to remove the peel or the skin of it all around, so you have just one line, and then you cut it all around. I hope you are visualizing what I'm saying. When you do that, try and spread that curved. You get some sort of a curved skin. Try and place that curved skin on a flat surface, like on a paper, and see what will happen. You realize that it wouldn't fit the paper fully because it is curved. And so that was a problem that Hipparchus observed. And so he came up with map projections. So map projections are ways of, I hope you are writing something down, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. A map projection is typically a way of transferring the spherical nature of the earth onto a flat surface. Okay. So if you want to produce an atlas for a sailor to use or for students in your school to use, how do you do it? How I know you all have globes in your school, in your government schools. Okay. How do we repicture that globe, that round thing?
Sir,
Yes.
can you take the map projection again, please?
Oh, okay. So as I said, a map projection is the way or the process of transferring the curved surface of the earth onto a flat surface. So something round onto a flat surface like a paper or a wall. Okay. Now the problem that you face in that process is that you realize that at a point you may only be able to project just half of it on a flat surface because it is round. If you want to do the full thing, it wouldn't fit on the paper. Okay, so he came up with two map projections called the stereographic and the orthographic. Stereographic and orthographic. I wouldn't go into detail as to the how these work because it's another explanation on it, just not to confuse you. But let's stick to this. So he brought up two map projections, but the need for the projections is what matters. The need for the projection is what matters because transfer now they have accepted that the earth is spherical. But how do we transfer that spherical nature onto a flat surface? That was a problem. Okay, all right. So that was that for Hipparchus. Remember, his contributions largely are two. The introduction, or should I say three of them. His contributions are the introduction of the grid system, the longitude and latitude lines. Okay, also dividing the circle into 360 parts and then ascribing rows to the longitudes and the latitudes as well, and then developing map projections. Okay, representing, he says that Hipparchus also tackled the problem of representing the Earth's curved surface on flat maps. Okay, by developing two map projections, the stereographic and the orthographic. Is that clear? All right. Now we come to one of my favorites geographers. Okay, he's a very interesting man because his name is Posidonius. His name is Posidonius. Now, Posidonius lived shortly before the time of Christ, Jesus Christ, the one that we all know of, whose birthday we celebrated about 2 days ago. Anyway, that was just by the way. He made two notable contributions to geography, but ironically, the correct one was rejected and the incorrect one was accepted. He made just two contributions to geography, or notable ones to geography. But the wrong contribution that he did was the one that was actually widely accepted. And the one that was incorrect, the one that was incorrect was the one that was accepted, and the one that was correct was actually rejected. Let's go into it. It says that doubting Eratosthenes' calculations, he remeasured the Earth's circumference but arrived at a smaller, inaccurate figure. Remember, Eratosthenes had already calculated and got so close. He got to 25,000 as compared to the actual value of what's 24,000 plus. Okay, but this man, Posidonius, decided to recalculate it. As to what motivated him to go and try and recalculate, I don't know. But he tried and he got to a much smaller, inaccurate figure. Okay, now this figure was the one that was actually accepted. So his figure that he got was what, 18,000 miles, whereas somebody was getting 25,000 miles, very close to the actual figure. He was getting what, 18,000 miles. Okay, and this figure was actually the one that was what, documented. In fact, one of the greatest travelers of the world called Columbus, Christopher Columbus. He was the one who is argued that he was the one who founded America. Okay, this man actually relied on Posidonius's inaccurate figure in traveling. So this should tell you how much damage Posidonius caused the world. Is someone speaking? Because I can hear. Mr. Osman, are you speaking? Yes, Madam Grace, your hand is up.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, please, I want to suggest that you go a little slower for us. We are putting some of the points down, but you are rushing through the points. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you for prompting me. All right. So let me take it again. So Posidonius, please, whoever has the microphone on, if you have Mr. Osman's number, prompt him to put off his microphone. Now, Posidonius came after Hipparchus. So, as I said, it is like a storyline. Started with Plato, Aristotle, then Alexander the Great, then Eratosthenes, then Hipparchus, then Posidonius. Now, Posidonius, Posidonius made two interesting contributions. One was correct, one was wrong. His correct contribution was the one that was rejected. His correct contribution was actually rejected, but his incorrect contribution was actually accepted and actually adopted. And it was even applied for a very long time until people realized how wrong that figure was. Now the wrong contribution that he made was the recalculation of the circumference of the earth. Remember, Eratosthenes
Mr. Osman Yakubu, Mr. Osman Yakubu, Mr. Osman Yakubu. Papa ya kasa say mute. Otu mute. Wa maliko off. Oh.
Hello, is sound? Oh, I can't hear anything.
Yeah. Doctor is off again. He's
So,
off
so
again.
let's wait for him. He will come.
Uh, oh God. Pardon me. Today, I'm very, very sorry. Hopefully next week, I would position myself better so we don't go through this all over again. I'm really, really sorry for today's network issues. But anyway, so that was his correct contribution that was ignored. The fact that the torrid zone was actually livable, whereas Aristotle was of the view that it was not livable. Okay, his argument was that the hottest, driest areas were near the tropics, not the equator, based solely on theory without first-hand reports like is a hand up? Someone. Okay, let's move on. Okay. Now, ironically, his incorrect Earth circumference was widely accepted, while his accurate view of the equatorial habitability was ignored. So that was the controversy or the irony of his contributions to geography. So you can realize that not much is actually said. Okay, the correct contribution and the incorrect contribution that was argued. Okay, let's move on to the man called Strabo. Strabo is part of the literary tradition. Okay, but let me summarize all that he's about. He's a man who was, should I say, a compiler. What he did was similar to what Hecatius for someone who was basically documenting what people came to report. That was very similar to what Strabo was doing. Okay, in fact, Strabo is said to be, Strabo is said to be the last of the Greek geographers. So the Greek geography ended with who? Strabo. Strabo. The Greek information. He didn't really do any experiments like what Posidonius did, what Hipparchus did, what Aristotle did, what Alexander and then Eratosthenes all did. He was basically a compiler, okay, a writer. The compilers were not documented. One of them is Strabo. Okay, all right. So he wrote two books. One was called Geography. Okay, and as he says here, you can read that. It says Strabo's geography draws heavily from earlier scholars. He praised Homer's geographic knowledge, but dismissed Herodotus as a fable monger and rejected lots of other information. So he was basically either just accepting someone else's contribution or rejecting them. In fact, he also accepted Aristotle's zones of varying habitability. Is that clear? Okay, so that was that about Strabo. In fact, Strabo didn't do much in geography. He was just a compiler of information. All right, either rejecting or accepting what earlier people had done, not really doing much himself, but just compiling and documenting what earlier people had done. And so from the very beginning, from last week, when we began the classical geographers till now, if you followed very, very well, you can clearly see who and who could be potential exam people that they can ask you to write on. For instance, Homer, because being the first geographer by the Greeks and all that he did, very important. Okay, Thales and Anaximander, also important. Okay, Plato and Aristotle, at least one of them will come. As I've told you, Eratosthenes is also very likely that he will come. Hipparchus, well, I'm not so sure, but about so out of all these people, they are about more than five, more than 8 or 9 of these people. There are about 4 or 5 people that you can be able to properly master. And when they come in the exam, you can be able to fully write. I'm not saying don't study the other people, because remember there's also section A, and it can easily come from any aspect. Exactly. But for some particular people, you can really, really study them better for an exam. Exactly. All right. So we have come to the end of the Greek geographers, but let's finish up with the Roman geographers. There are just two of them. So let's finish them up, and then we go for a quick commercial break. When we return, we'll try and do lecture 3, and then we'll call it a day. Wherever we get to in chapter 3 and we get tired, we'll call it a day, and then we'll continue another time. So to the Roman geography, and remember, the Roman geography is also considered part of what the classical geography. The Roman geography plus the Greek geography is part of what the classical geography. Is that okay? Right. Now, the first person under the Roman geography is a man we call what? Marcus Varro. Marcus Terentius Varro. Now, unlike the Greeks, the Romans produced little that was new in the field of geography. So if you can cast your mind back right from Homer to Strabo, you can see that the Greeks were well sophisticated. They were very intellectual people. They were very smart people. In fact, people like Plato and Aristotle, they are almost everywhere. When you go to law, they are there. When you go to philosophy, they are there. Geography, they are here. Sociology, they are there. So almost every discipline in the world has a contribution of Plato or Aristotle. And so they contributed a lot, especially also to what? To geography. But the Romans did little. The Romans were also simply reproducing what someone else had done. If you remember, the last person under the Greek geographers was what? Strabo. And he was just either reproducing or documenting what people had done. The same thing as the Roman what? Geographers. For instance, Marcus Varro, he says that unlike the Greeks, they produce very little in the that was new in the field of geography. Writing shortly before the time of Christ, this man wrote a compendium of geography that would have scarcely merited the adjective new. Had he not set forth a theory of culture stages that remained almost unchallenged until the 19th century. So the only new thing that these people introduced, especially Marcus Varro under the Roman geographers, was what? The theory of culture stages. The theory of culture stages. So all other things that they did was things that people had already done. Remember, the Romans at a point in time became a civilization, which means that it also became a center of the world's knowledge because they had dominated almost every part of the world. That is even why we have the Catholic Church somewhere here in Ghana, originated in Rome. Okay, so they had at a point in time conquered almost the entire world, but they did little in the field of geography, except for some few introductions like what? The theory of culture stages. Now, in this theory, Marcus Varro describes human culture as progressing through a regular sequence. So human culture starts from one point to the next, to the next, to the next, to a certain level before we go to where we are what today. I hope that is fine. All right. So the culture, the human culture, as progressing through what regular sequence. Now, The first stage was that we derived our food from the things that the virgin earth produced spontaneously. So we did not have to, if someone is a virgin, it means the person is untouched. Male or female, the person is untouched. So we did not have to engage the earth before we got food to eat. Do you understand? We did not have to engage. So that is the difference between the hunting and gathering and then agriculture. Hunting and gathering means you just go there, whatever you see, you pick it, then you eat it, and you are done. But in agriculture, you intentionally farm. That's the difference. You intentionally farm. You would intentionally go and plant, intentionally go and water, intentionally go and weed around it, intentionally go and harvest. And so, according to him, in the first stage of human culture, we derived our food from what the virgin earth produced for us. So, nomadism, pastoral nomadism, what today we call Fulani. Either herding their cattle or their sheep. Okay, pastoral nomadism. And nomad is somebody who typically does not have a permanent place of residence. So when he gets to this place, the herd is able to fully consume the pasture over there. They move on to another area, settle down, do the same thing. Like they will eat from the food that gave us directly. So we were hunter gatherers. And then we evolved into the stage of what? Pastoral nomadism. And then through an agricultural stage. So at a point in time, because soil fertility became an issue, because population also increased largely, okay, we had to then be able to find food to feed a large number of people that the earth could not spontaneously produce. And so stage. Okay, and then to the current stage that we are today, which is the stage of contemporary culture. Please, is that okay? So these are the stages that, according to Marcus Varro, human culture has evolved from and to. Starting from the first stage where we were what? Hunter-gatherers, meaning that we only ate from the food that the virgin earth produced for us spontaneously. Okay. Then in the second stage, we became what? Pastoral nomadists, meaning that people were just herding cattle, moving from one community to the other, just to consume the pasture and then move on to another stage. And then because our needs had changed, populations had no longer as fertile as they used to because producers were no longer coming forth. Okay, we had to intentionally farm. And intentional farming is what we call what? Agriculture. Excuse me. And then finally to the stage of what? Contemporary culture. What we have what? Today. Is that clear? All right. Now, Marcus Varro stages were generally accepted until the 19th century. Alexander von Humboldt pointed out that there had been no pastoral stage in the Americas and that the theory of stages could not be applied anywhere or everywhere. Okay, so Alexander von Humboldt raised the criticism against the theory of the culture stages, stating that there were certain stages that didn't apply to people in the Americas. Okay, and then as a matter of fact, the theory of stages could not even be applied. There were certain people that never, led cattle or sheep. They were never pastoral nomadists. Some people were simply farmers and they are still farmers till date. Is that clear? So that was the first Roman geographer called Marcus Varro. Then came the second and the last person under the Roman geographers called Claudius Ptolemaeus. So simply Ptolemy. Whose hand is up? Barbara, should that be Barbara? Yes, Barbara, talk to us.
in simple sentences what Marcus Varro actually did. I'm trying to write his contributions, but I'm not really getting what to write.
Wow. In simple sentences. I thought that was very simple enough. But anyway, let me try and be much more simple. MNF Mojifa is laughing at you. Anyway, so what we are trying to say is this. Marcus Varro came up with a theory that human stages progresses through certain stages. Human culture progresses through certain stages from one stage to the other. Okay, now his theory was that in the first stage, human beings were hunter-gatherers, hunting and gathering, hunting and gathering. In that stage, we didn't farm. When we wake up, because you are hungry, you walk to where you find watermelon, where you find potato, where you find yam, cassava, plantain. You harvest it, you cook, you eat, you are done. The next time you are hungry, you go and do the same thing, you are done. So it was just what the earth provided that we were able to eat. We didn't have farmlands. It was just vegetation and whatever it was available. If you can eat it and you not die, then you go ahead and eat it and you not die. Okay. Then we evolved from the first stage, okay, once again, the hunting and gathering stage, into the stage we call what? Pastoral nomadism. In this second stage, people began to rear cattle or sheep or animals in general. Now, the idea was that people did not have a single settlement where they will stay and say, I stay at Cape Coast, or I stay in Cape Coast, I stay in Tema, I stay in Kaswa, I stay in Masi. No. They were people who were moving from one place to the other. They didn't have a permanent location. The idea was that wherever they go to, their animals would feed on the plants or the forage available, and then they will move on to another place. That is pastoral nomadism. Okay, those people, those of you who have ever studied integrated, and everybody here has. Okay, part of the farming methods, we have pastoralism. Okay, so rearing cattle. But in addition to the pastoralism, we have nomadism. Nomadism is where you don't have a particular place you stay, but you move from one location to the other, just like the Fulani do today. So if you forget about anything, cast your mind back to what the Fulanis do in Ghana today. Okay, all right. Now in the third stage, we got to the agricultural stage. Now in this stage, people were intentionally farming as compared to the first stage where we just go and pick what was available. In this stage, now we intentionally farm. As the Asantis will say, now here. That's the idea. You intentionally do it to get a particular result. Okay, because populations had increased and they couldn't just rely on the earth to produce the food for them. They had to be getting the food in larger quantities and on very regular basis. And so they began to farm. All right. And then came the last stage of the contemporary culture stage where we are now today, the stage of industrialization, basically. Madam Barbara, are we okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Now let's move on to Ptolemy. Now, it says that he worked at this same library that Eratosthenes had worked, this same library that Hipparchus had worked. Ptolemy also worked there. But now he is not a Greek, he is what? A Roman. It says that he worked at the Library of Alexandria between AD 127 and then 150. So take the difference in years now. So now we are no longer dealing with BC. Now we are looking at what? AD, which means at this time Christ had been born and possibly had gone. Okay, all right. Now he is the author of the great work on classical astronomy called the Almagest. The Almagest. Okay, now this book, in it, he had detailed the movement of celestial bodies. Remember, at this time, the people then were of the view that the movement of the celestial bodies, the sun, the moon, the asteroids, and what have you, they all had an impact on human activities. which is indeed true because, for instance, the rising of tides of the sea or the ocean when the moon rises at night and when it goes back during the day, it has an influence on the tides. In fact, when you go to the beach, those who are close to the sea, when you go there, you realize that during the day it appears the wave during the when you go there during the day, you would see that it appears that at night the waves had come closer to the shore. Okay, or the sea had sort of moved inside because you can see the lines. Okay, but during the night, you can also observe a different thing. During the day, you observe that the waves have gone back to where they originally are. Okay, and that is all on the influence of what the moon, what we call the gravitational pull of the moon. And so, even so many years ago, thousands of years ago, these people knew and had accepted that the movement of these celestial bodies had an impact on what life on Earth. And so Ptolemy, in one of his books called the Almagest, had documented this. Now, his concept of the universe agreed with that of Aristotle, so which means whatever Aristotle said as the mean, the shape or the form of the earth, Ptolemy accepted it. But what was that view? That the earth was sphere and that it remains stationary in the center of the universe while the celestial bodies moved around it in what circular motions. Not only was the earth spherical, it was in the center of the universe, and the celestial bodies, like the other planets and the sun, were rather in circular motions around it. As to whether that is true even to date, we now know that the sun is not the earth is not in the center of the universe, rather is the sun. But regardless, they had made an important contribution that the earth was what spherical. After completing the Almagest, Ptolemy undertook the preparation of a guide to geography, another book that he wrote, and his teacher, Marinus of Tyre, had started a collection of data regarding place locations. Now, next, he also adopted the grade of latitude that was developed by Hipparchus, if you remember. So you can see that at this point, they are not attributing it to Eratosthenes, who, although had sort of introduced it, but not perfectly. It is actually attributed to what? Hipparchus. Okay, now he had adopted this grid of latitude and longitude lines based on the division of the circle into 360 parts. And remember who also developed the circle into 360 parts? The same Hipparchus. Now, the guide to geography book that he developed was divided into 8 volumes. Okay, 8 volumes. The first was a discussion of map projections. And you remember who also introduced map projections? The same Hipparchus. Ayo. Now, books through to 7 contain tables of longitude and latitude lines. Okay, he wrote 8 books. The first book was about map projections. I remember map projections, the process of trying to represent the curvature of the earth on a flat surface, like maps. Okay, yes. Now, the first book contained different aspects of map projections. Bear in mind, it's not just the two that we know of, the stereographic and the orthographic, that are the only types of map projections. There are so many of them. There's the Mercator map projections, there's the conical, there's the cylindrical, there's mnemonic, a lot of them. A lot of them. But his first book was just about map projections. Now, the book 2 through to 7 contain tables of longitudes and latitudes. Okay. Then the 8th book contained maps of different parts of the world based on the gazetteer. So the 8th book contained maps of different parts of the world. Now, at least the Romans were people who liked to travel because they conquered almost the whole world. And so they had maps to represent different parts of what? The earth. Ptolemy also repeated the commonly accepted idea that the parts of the earth near the equator were uninhabitable because of heat. Remember Aristotle's concept of varying habitability. So as I told you, Plato and Aristotle, whatever they did at their time, will run through every other body that we come across. Okay, all right. Important to stress on them. All right. Ptolemy's geography was translated in Latin in the year 1409 and consequently became well known in about 600 years ago, 6 centuries ago, quite a long time ago. All right. Now, uh, did. Now, with the death of Ptolemy, the geographic horizons that had been widened both physically and intellectually by the Greeks closed again. So, as geography, at this point, now you can get the idea that, well, it appears now people now knew a lot about the earth. And remember, once you know a lot about the earth, you know at the death of Ptolemy, so many events unfolded that will make the knowledge of the world as at that time go back to primitive times, which we will discuss when we get back from the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes break. What do we do? Is it 10 minutes or 15 minutes?
50 minutes.
15. 50 minutes.
50 minutes. And Felicia. Anyway. Let's do it for today. Let's do it 10 minutes, okay? Because the other aspects that we have to treat is quite a lot. Augustine, your hand is up, yes?
Sir, please, I want to know, were there any uniqueness between the Greek writers and the Roman writers?
Okay, thank you very much, Augustine. Thank you. The difference is not much. The only thing being that the Greek geographers were more, should I say, more accurate, more because they were people who experimented. Okay, there were people that were doing the work for others to document. But with the Roman geographers, they didn't do much exploration, much testing or something to document. So what they knew, consider what Ptolemy did, for instance. Ptolemy didn't do anything new. He was just accepting what Aristotle had done or rejecting aspects of what other people had done. Okay, so they didn't do much. They were just reproducing what other people had done. But with the Greeks, they were some of them were reproducing, yes, but others were also actually doing some sort of real-time contributions to geography. Augustine, is that okay?
Yes, and then so why did history accredited secondary writers? You see, I think it makes it lengthier when this secondary like Hecatius and the rest.
So bear in mind something. At that time, not everybody had the will, the power, and the opportunity to attend school to even know how to read and write. Remember, school at that time was for the rich. Take, for instance, a person like Alexander the Great, who was at a point in time a king. So, which means previously he was a prince. At that time, before you can be able to attend school, you must be of a wealthy background. School was for those people who were rich, the kings, they had to be educated, the princes, the royals, they had to be educated. Okay, so if you are educated, then you can write. So it could be that other people had written, but because they were not of that level of noble origin, they wouldn't really be, focused on. And bear in mind, once again, these Greek geographers that you think we have looked at, we've not looked at a half of them. These are the main ones. There are so many other people who have contributed. Okay, that is why it appears it's like a storyline from Plato to this, to this, to this, to that. In between some of them, there are other people. If you like go back and look at the years, you have your books, right? So go back and look at the years. Like you can see some minor gaps in there. Doesn't mean that nothing was done between those years. No, but somebody did something, but it is all sort of accumulated and put under one person. Okay, that is how history just is. Okay, Augustine, are we okay? Thank you. I learned Jesus went to Egypt to study. Shoda. What did he study? Did he study geography? Did he study geography? Anyway, I don't know about that, so I can't really attest to it or not. But for now, let's go for our break and come back at 10:40. 10:40, please. The number now is 96, about 90 plus. Please, when we are returning, I need this 90 plus people back. Thank you.
Sir, the time is 9:39. I say we should come back 10:40.
Hey, 10, I mean 9:40. Sorry, 9:40, 9:40, 9:40.
Sir, 9:40 is 1 minute too.
9:50. I mean, I'm so tired myself. I'm a little confused. 10 minutes time. We are going to We are going to continue. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Wow.
I say I have problem with this and those who draw the map first. And the first unit, you talk about the Sumerians, and then the now the Aristotelians, and then which one is the first people that draw the map? Because the Sumerians, where what about them?
This question was
Okay. So Michael, easy. So the
Hello,
issue
sir.
that happened was that Baraka, are you there? What happened was that the Sumerians were the people who first drew some sort of maps. The problem was that their maps were not drawn to scale. Their maps were not drawn to scale. They were more or less pictures that were drawn. So a picture of a town, a picture of a city, but not much detail. Okay. But Anaximander was the one who sort of drew the map of the world to scale.
Okay.
So that was the difference. The Sumerians drew maps, but it was not to scale.
Okay.
Anaximander drew a map that was to scale.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay. Say thank you. It's okay.
You are very much welcome. All right.
The final question, please, before you leave, please.
All right.
There's a question here. Let me see. Briefly discuss the contribution of any one of the following. Let's assume that we have Pluto and then
Is it the
Aristotle.
question was what? Briefly describe what?
Briefly discuss the contribution of any one of the following to geography. Let's say Pluto and Aristotle given. I'm giving this preamble just to ask a question. Last week you mentioned that in the conclusion part of any of their write-up, in case it comes to examination, we should try and write about those who criticize their work as well. And then today you have mentioned that Ptolemy also, Ptolemy criticized, accepted and rejected some of the works of Plato and Aristotle. So in case a question comes on any of them, in the concluding part, can we go and then pick from what Ptolemy said about their work?
Joshua, thank you very much. The issue is this. If you can be able to accurately write, there's no problem. Nothing stops you. But if you write and you state it wrong, then you are wrong and you'll be penalized for that. That's the only problem. So once you can be able to properly write and write who criticized who accepted that briefly in a line or two or three of them, that is fine. That is perfect. But if you write, for instance, if it was Posidonius who criticized somebody and you go and write that it was Hipparchus who then you are wrong. I hope you understand. So you can as well go ahead, but just be careful. Okay?
Thank you, sir. We are grateful. We shall meet
All right,
at any time.
Okay. Welcome back from the quick commercial break. Tell your friends, tell another friend it's on where we left off, continuing with chapter number 3. I'm still waiting for your colleagues to join so we can start.
Hello, please, is that sound? Hello, I can't hear anything.
No, he said he's waiting for the others to join. So call a friend to call a friend to call a friend for them to join so that he can continue.
Are we all here yet? We are still not fully here. Okay. Let's see. There's a slight problem here at my end. Today my system is just messing up. I don't know why. It is I use it's a general problem. I'm trying to project my screen, but it's messing up pretty badly. I don't know why. Are you able to see my screen?
No, sir.
Are you able to see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what can you see now?
As medieval geography.
Oh, then I think it's presenting a wrong thing. Hold on. Okay, give me 1 minute to. Yes, we are almost there. Please give me some few minutes to just work something out so that I can present to you guys. Okay, can you now see the screen?
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Yes, sir. Introduction.
Okay, so we are back from the break. The break extended for more than I intended, but we'll accept it like that. Now, however, we are going to look at the medieval geography. Remember the timeline I drew for you? I told you that geography's history has been divided into three aspects or three main aspects. We have the classical geography, the medieval or the Middle Age geography, and the modern geography. The classical geography was what we did from last week till earlier this morning, with the Greeks and the Romans, starting from Homer all the way, ended with Strabo as part of the Greeks, and then with the Roman geographers, started with Marcus Varro and then ended with Ptolemy. Now we are going to look at medieval geography, but bear in mind, in the medieval geography, we are going to look at two main religions and their contributions to geography. Two religions, that is Christianity and then Islam, and their contributions to geography. In there, we are going to look at certain individuals and how and what they did to help geography. We should be able to finish the Christian geography in about 20 to 30 minutes so that you can have 30 minutes break before you prepare for your next lecture. Okay, so although the term geography faded from common use in Christian Europe, if you remember the last aspect of Ptolemy, what we said that with the death of Ptolemy, the geography, the world's knowledge of geography had reduced. Okay, because in the Christian time, a lot of things happened that led to the, should I say, the quote unquote, the demise of geography. Okay, Curiosity about distant lands gradually revived, inspiring travel and exploration. The Crusades exposed people who were unfamiliar. Sorry, the Crusades exposed people to unfamiliar places and cultures. And from the 13th century onward, missionaries and merchants journeyed as far as China, bringing back accounts from strange people and landscape. But first, let's look at geography in the Christian world. In medieval Christian Europe, scholars in monasteries did not observe or experiment with the earth. Instead, they compiled geographic information from documents, aiming to reconcile it with scripture, especially Genesis. Now, cast your mind back to what the Roman geographers did as part of the classical geography. Okay, the Romans were doing the same thing, as we said, compiling of geographic information from other documents. So it's like someone has probably written their book. These people will take them, translate them into a different language, and then assume it is theirs. Remember, because the Greeks were people from Greece who were speaking a peculiar language. The Christians at that time were speaking what? Latin. And so, in order to make sure that certain knowledge from the Greeks were able to be spread to other people, they translated the books. And so they were either compiling, translating, or just writing, reproducing things that other people have done. Now they took it a step further. This is what essentially differentiates the Christian geography era from the classical era. The Christians were basing on the scripture for explanations of things that were happening. Okay, that is aiming to reconcile things with the scripture, especially Genesis. So if it happens that there was a geographic phenomenon that happened, maybe a volcanic eruption, maybe something that happened, they would go to the Bible and then find out the cause and then say that, oh, this earthquake has happened because God is angry with the people. Because in the Bible, that was essentially what happening. Do you follow? And so that was what was largely going on in the Christian world as at that time. It says that John and Pliny the Elder drew from Greek sources. Do you understand this statement? It means that the Latin documents that Roman
Please. Sir, please, when you started with John K, the line went off, so I couldn't hear what you start.
Sorry. So I was saying that John drew from Greek sources and provided limited second-hand access to Greek geographic thought. So with this statement proves exactly what I was saying earlier. An armchair geographer is somebody who possibly sits in his office or in his room and then writes on what other people have done. Do you understand? Because much of what these geographers were doing were basically reproducing what the Greeks had already done. Again, going to reiterate the fact that the Greeks had contributed extensively to geography. Amos, tell your hands up. Can you all hear me? I think someone says they can't hear me in the comment section. Is it? Can you hear me now?
It's on and off.
Oh. Is it better now? Can you hear me? Is it
Yeah,
clear?
you're loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you,
Yes, sir.
sir.
All right, sure. Okay. Now, still in the geography in the Christian world, it says that Ptolemy became an authoritative figure in astronomy and astrology. So you remember what the Ptolemy did? He wrote a book. If you remember, the book was titled what Almagest, and in that book he detailed the movement of celestial bodies. If you remember, and so that document became very important, such that he became an authoritative figure in astronomy and astrology. Which means that if you wanted to make reference to anything astronomical, okay, you have to make reference to who? Ptolemy, which was important because Ptolemy was the last of the classical geographers. And so whatever he accepted or declined was law, essentially. I hope you follow. If you are the last of, I mean, let's say for an example, you are all teachers, right? And you go to school Monday to Friday. On Friday, everybody leaves. You are the last with your head teacher, and then he leaves, and you are the last person who locks the door and goes home. And then on Monday morning, they come and say that, what did you observe on Friday before you left? They ask everybody, but you are the last person they ask before you, because you are the last person who left the school. Whatever you say is what happened, is what they will accept as what happened, because you were the last of them. Do you follow? And so Ptolemy was the last of the classical geographers, and so whatever he accepted or declined was law. Now cast your mind back to the things that he accepted and the things that he declined. He at least accepted the zones of varying habitability by Aristotle, but he declined the what he declined something important. Who can remember? He declined the accurate measurement of the circumference of the earth by Eratosthenes, and rather accepted who? Posidonius's incorrect figure. If you remember what Posidonius also did, the irony between the correct contribution and the wrong contribution. I hope you really follow and you are paying attention. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Aristotle's geographic ideas entered Christian Europe in the 12th century via Arabic translations. So Aristotle, who wrote in Greek, his geographic ideas entered Christian Europe in the 12th century through Arabic translations. Now, Albertus Magnus was the first to use them, combining astrology with environmental determinism. He adopted the Greek belief that habitability depended on latitude, and argued that black-skinned people would turn white if they moved to temperate zones. Imagine how funny this statement is. Okay, they accepted the zones of varying habitability, yes, but now they are they are saying that those of us around the equator, okay, in the torrid zone, we are staying here because we're able to stay here because our skin is able to adapt to the heat. That's how we are dark, or we are black skinned. But we would turn white if we're able to move into the temperate zones. Remember, it's the temperate zones that are areas where people can actually stay. And you also know the other name for the temperate zone is called what? The ecumen. All right. Now, evaluating conflicting ideas was difficult, as authors commonly copied earlier texts without credit. So that was basically all what they were doing. They were just copying text from earlier people, recopying it, retranslating, and then they wouldn't even reference who they copied it from. Because if I would reference Professor Collins A.J. Mensah, the coordinator of this course, in my work or as I am speaking, it means that my source is from a credible source. But if I should copy him without stating where I copied it from, how accurate is what I am even saying? Who said what I'm saying, and how accurate is it? Do you follow? It says that, for example, Isidore of Seville in 7th century encyclopedia borrowed from Solinus, who copied from Pliny. And remember, Pliny, we've already mentioned his name somewhere here. he also copied from what? Greek sources. So it's like one person copies from the other copies from the other copies from the other, and without any extensive geographic knowledge, zero experimentation, and no referencing. Okay, it says that medieval scholars focused on dramatic natural events like floods or eruptions with little understanding of slower processes like erosion, which lacked Latin explanation. A hand is up. Barbara has a question. It says that those of you that have gotten the geographic thought books, it's all that says I haven't gotten mine yet. Taking notes is not easy. Oh, Barbara, where are you? How come you've not gotten your book yet? Same as Victor's. Where both of you? Where are you?
So
Barbara.
I asked someone to say I'm currently in the north, specifically Laura. So I asked someone to pick mine. I'm yet to get it. So I've not gotten it yet.
Oh, Victor's is in who? No, Victus, you should have received your book by now because we've dispersed all of, unless as at the time we were compiling the names and the details of people who haven't received the book, you are not registered yet, which is bad because the problem with geographic thoughts is my explanations are merely to further enlighten you, but you need the book. The book is important because without it, you wouldn't be able to understand. Unlike things like developments that you can go and read for yourself and understand. This one, as you are seeing how intense it is. I'm just trying my best to make it simple for you. So, Barbara and Victor, get in touch after the class so that we see how we can address yours. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me retake this thing. It says medieval scholars focus on dramatic natural events like floods or eruptions with little understanding of slower processes like erosion, which lacked Latin explanations. So, as I said, these people were just focused on these natural disasters because they always wanted to find biblical explanations for some of these things. But the biblical explanations were not, should I say, scientific enough. Because the Israelites had sinned against God and God punished them, yes. Have we also sinned against God? That's why He's punishing us with volcanic eruptions and earthquakes and floods? No. Or possibly no. Okay. And so this was why we were saying that the Greek geographic knowledge and how far it had reached as at the time of the classical geography era, it had declined in the medieval geography era, especially by the Christians, because the Christians were not doing much. Let me give you a typical example. A typical example is what is given here. It says map making also declined. So not only did geographic inquiry decline, geographic inquiry is where you go and test it out, you go and find explanations to things. But map making also declined. Let's draw a timeline. From the Sumerians. The Sumerians first drew a map, but their maps were merely pictorial maps. There were no scales, nothing added to them to make them scientific or even give it a level of accuracy. Then came Anaximander, who first drew the map of the world to scale, although his own had certain one or two problems in there, but we would accept it like that. Then came Eratosthenes. And Eratosthenes was the one who first drew something that was a little more scientific, a little more accurate. In fact, he even added some sort of lines to develop some grid system, but it was not accurate. Then came who? Hipparchus, who perfected it, drew some sort of a more perfect map with the inclusion by developing the grid system, defining accurate location or absolute location. Is that okay? Now look at how far maps have gone to, and now see what the Christians have done. In all their knowledge, in all their biblical knowledge and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a Christian myself, so don't mind what I'm saying. look at all the things that had been done by the Greeks. Look at what the Christians have been able to do. Asia was now at the top. Whereas if you remember, Europe was rather here, Africa was here, okay, and then Asia was here, if you remember. And even now, this is how the world looks like. Africa is rather here, somewhere here. Europe is rather here. Asia is rather here. So it's like it has been distorted, if you can see. In fact, it says that they call these maps TO maps. TO maps, because you can see T here, T over here in the center, and then the O is at the surrounding it. So the lands are these ones over here: Asia, Europe, Africa, and then the ocean surrounds it, or the sea surrounds it. But you have certain rivers over here. The Mediterranean Sea is here, and the River Nile is also here. This is the level to which map making had declined. In this map, you can't see even any scale. First of all, the locations of the continents are wrong. There is no scale. There is no longitude or latitude line to define what location. And that was a major problem. Not only the geographic inquiry decline, also map making decline. Map making is the art and science of map making, which is also so you realize that the map making has declined from what, at least from what Eratosthenes had developed till now. It says that earlier accurate coastlines gave way to symbolic TO maps, circular depictions of the world oriented eastward. So everything was more or less eastward. Now here, Africa is now here, Asia is now here. So everything is moving like this. Do you understand? Now it says that the T represented and then the Nile River over here, and the Red Sea also somewhere in those areas. Okay, dividing Europe, Asia, Africa. The only good thing about this map for me is that at this point, at least, Africa had a name. Africa now had a name. Previously, it was referred to as what? Libya. Now it says that Jerusalem lay at the center, where paradise was imagined far to the east. So Jerusalem was now in the center over here, and then paradise. Apologies once again. We have just about 3 more slides, then we finish for today. So just stick with me for now. We'll finish soon. Okay. Outside the monastery, some Christians traveled and made observations, though they lacked theoretical knowledge about the earth. One of the earliest recorded pilgrimages was in AD 326, when Helena, mother of Emperor Constantine, journeyed from Rome to the Holy Land. Now, the reason for mentioning some of these people was that they traveled. Now, in traveling, what do? In traveling, you watch and you document what you have seen, and then that is you essentially documenting geography. Because it says that she journeyed, it says another early traveler called Sylvia of Aquitaine journeyed overland to Jerusalem and continued to Egypt, all the way from Rome to Jerusalem, and then continued to Egypt, then Arabia, then Mesopotamia. And then she later wrote about all her experiences. Then, as pilgrimages grew in number, guidebooks were compiled to assist travelers. The reason was that, as at that time, the Muslims and the Christians were at war, what we call the Crusades. The route to the Holy Land, to Jerusalem, you have to pass through Islam-dominated countries or territories. And at times, because they were at war, they would be attacked, sometimes by the Muslims, sometimes by thieves who were not necessarily Muslims. I hope you get that point clearly. Sometimes they were attacked by people who were not necessarily Muslims. But in order for them to be able to develop a proper route which was safe, they had to document wherever they were going. So if someone gets to this point and realizes that there are thieves here, he or she will write it down, document it, and then they would compile it. And so it will be part of their knowledge that on this route, there are bandits, there are thieves. When you get to this desert, when you pass through this town to the east, there is a group of pirates over there. Do you follow? I hope you are really understanding what we are talking about. And so although they were documenting, part of them were also travelers. They were pilgrims. Pilgrims usually travel from one place to the other for religious reasons. As part of the pilgrimage, they had to pass through certain enemy territories, and they had to document where they went and what happened to them to serve as evidence and a source of assistance to other people. So that when you are traveling, you know that on this route, there are people here who can attack you. But indirectly, what they are doing is also documenting geography. I hope you follow that. All right. Now, by the 11th century, overland travel through present-day Turkey and Syria had become increasingly dangerous, exactly what I was talking about. In response, European Christians launched a series of military expeditions called the Crusades to reclaim the Jerusalem from Muslim control. So I wasn't lying. I wasn't lying. Now, between 1096 and 1270, 8 of these crusades took place, up to 8 of them, with varying routes by land and by sea. Do you understand? And so it happened in numerous places. There were fightings going on just to establish dominance over routes so that their people will not be harmed. So at a point, Jerusalem belonged to the Muslims. At a point later, it was dominated by Christians. It was a back and forth issue until it was later dominated by the Jews, who are still there till today. But I know that to an extent, some Muslims actually believe Jerusalem is actually part of their holy land. Okay, all right. Now, one briefly succeeded in capturing Jerusalem before Muslim forces later regained it. Later in 1365, another expedition attacked Alexandria and burned its renowned library, once used by Eratosthenes and other Greek geographers. Now, those of you who were listening earlier when Augustine asked the question, now that question has been answered. Okay, some of these people who were documenters and all what have you may have actually been recorded as the ones who wrote that information on that book. But the problem was that all the world's knowledge was more or less stored in particular areas. Okay, one was in Greece, one was in Alexandria, one was in China, another was in Rome, they were spread, but they were not many. That was the issue. And so the Library of Alexandria was one of the most dominant of them. But in the quest of the Muslims and the Christians trying to dominate, at a point that library was burned down. And remember, it was a library that held a lot of knowledge, a lot of documents. Look at all the works of Eratosthenes, all the works of Hipparchus. Many of these books that we mentioned are actually lost. Some of them that were survived were actually translations, and we all know that anything that you translate, it doesn't necessarily maintain its original value. And so sometimes you have different meanings, different translations, and what have you. So that was a major problem, a very major problem. In fact, they call this era the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages. So you may see somewhere discuss the Dark Ages of Europe. All of these things that I have said will come into play. Every single thing, the example, the fighters, the crusades, the quest to dominate Jerusalem, the decline of map making, all of those things form part of what? The Dark Ages. It is called the Dark. Please, I hope you are writing something now. Okay. It is called the Dark Ages because the light had been shown, the light, quote unquote, had been shown on geographic knowledge. Hey, Linda says she can't see anything. Is it only Linda who can't see anything? Or all of you can't?
We can see clearly.
All right. If you can hear me, Linda, if you can't hear me, try and reconnect. Okay. All right. It is called the Dark Ages because the light, quote unquote, that had been dawned on geography and even the world's knowledge at large had actually declined because of the levels of fighting that were going on. One, and also because the Christians at that time were mere compilers of information. So all that knowledge that the Greeks had developed were lost or later translated and discarded. Okay, and everything was based. Yes, Felicia.
Please start from the light that has been. You are right, please. So slow down.
Okay, so all right, so let's see if I can take it back from there. So the Dark Ages. Sometimes in your section B, you may be asked.
Pastor, please.
Is another question?
Sir, please, will you give us the slides?
Oh, I will give it to you. But as I was saying, some of these things are not in your slide.
Okay.
Simply because we have taught the course for so long a time, we have these things off head, and because we read from other sources, we can be able to give you this information. So just listen well. The slide, I'll give it to you. Don't be scared. I'll give it to you. Okay. Anyway, the Dark Ages. The Dark Age is the era that is called sometimes known as the Middle Age geography, because the enlightenment that the Greeks had brought to geography and the world's knowledge at large had depleted. Please, you may not have to necessarily write exactly what I say. In your own words, you should be able to describe what I'm saying. But yeah, so that you don't have to write everything down, otherwise you delay. All right. Now the issue was that the Greeks had contributed a lot to geography. The Christians, on the other hand, after they had conquered Greece and other parts of the world, failed to continue with the level of geographic inquiry that the Greeks were doing. Then cast your mind back to all the things that people had done, right from Thales, Homer, and all of those people down. Okay, they failed to engage in geographic inquiry, but became documenters and compilers of information. So the books that the Greeks had written, other Muslims had written, they will just retranslate, compile, and then republished as if they are new or it is new information. Okay, and that became troublesome. That became a problem. Okay, because sometimes they wouldn't even necessarily reference who they got it from, and that would create an issue. Secondly, because it's still another Dark Ages, because the art and science of making maps. Someone is asking that are the Greeks no Muslim? Please no. The Greeks are Greeks. The Muslims are Muslims. They are two very different people. Okay, all right. Now, the art and science of making maps, what you call cartography, had declined. Then you can narrate all that, or the levels of increase or accuracy in making maps from the Sumerians to Anaximander to Eratosthenes to Hipparchus. You can narrate all of that, at least to show the level into the TO maps. And remember what the T represents. The T represents the rivers in between. Major Africa to the southeast, okay, thereby orienting it somehow eastward. And then the O represented, okay, that was also part of the decline. Another contribution or explanation for the decline or the Dark Ages is that the number of crusades that Dark Ages was what? The burning down of the library at Alexandria. And then why was that important? Because that library held and so burning it down means all major works from people. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes. Hello, Bismarck.
Yes, you went off. Yeah, you went off, so I don't know whether you can go over for us.
Hey, please, ladies and gentlemen, I also and pay attention. Much of these things I've said and said it again. So just pay attention. And I'm sure the lecture is being recorded, so you could also get everything. The audio because the network. Don't worry, everything will be made available.
So
Okay.
you didn't share last week's recorded lecture with us.
The rep is supposed to contact the what's the name? The coordinator. Usually the coordinator, I'm not the one recording the lecture. Code is the one that does that. So they are supposed to give it to you after your class. Okay, so whoever is in charge of your class should contact Stephen. If you are here, Stephen, kindly do that for me. Okay. All right. So that is that about the Dark Ages.
Okay, sir.
The decline in geographic knowledge. Okay. Let me refresh so that those who couldn't hear me can.
Sir, please, it was shared last week, so I think I will send it on their platform. I will send the recording to them.
Yes, it was shared. I've listened to it.
Was it shared on the WhatsApp platform or what, please? We didn't see something like that.
Okay, so those who have had access to the documents.
We didn't get anything like that. Isn't it?
It was on UCC, the main UCC Social Studies platform.
Hey, they're serious.
We are not doing social studies. So
This is what I would advise you guys to do. All of you, whatever center you are, I'm sure you have the contact of a coordinator or a representative from code. Contact that person that you need the link to the recorded lecture, and as well, you need the link to the main social studies and social science platform, because this class is a combination of social science and social studies. So you need I'm sure they have major groups for all of you. Aside the center groups that you have at your center level, there is a main platform for all of you. And you should all endeavor to be on those platforms, because that is where the main information will be shared. I hope that is clear. So, Stephen, I am giving you this role because you are the one I know. I'm giving you this role to do for me. Make sure that you get the link for all your colleagues. Okay. So you can please, Stephen, if you are here, you are listening, you can put your contact in the platform for me. Yes, put your contact details in the platform so that you can help your colleagues get copies to the document, the recorded lecture. Okay, all right.
Okay, sir.
As well, I don't know. I will have to share the slide with you. Yes, the last time, I don't know, I shared it to someone. Stephen, I sent you one. I don't know who else need access to it. So
Yes.
if you need it, please, I'll send my contacts to the plats to the. I'm sending my contact to the platform so that you can forward to your various groups. That would be better. So I just sent my contact to the platform. All right. Okay. Let's move on. I think we've passed 10:30. Let's just finish. We have just two more slides and then we conclude. Okay. So the Christian geography era ended with a man called Marco Polo. Christian geography era ended with a man called Marco Polo. And a number of you who are observant on these long vehicles and these buses that move to Kumasi and other places would have seen this name before, Marco Polo. So he was a man, an European actually, and he traveled to China at a point in time with his uncle and his father from Venice, which is in Italy, at the age of 17. Now, after they had traveled to China, they remained there for about 17 more years, where they served the king of China, who is called the Kang, in various official roles, gaining deep insight into Chinese culture. And then the Khan eventually let them go and gave them about 14 ships. That was in the year 1292. And in those 14 ships, they sailed with about 600 passengers from China, stopping in various areas until they got to their destination. But as at the time they got to their destination, only 18 people survived, including themselves. They set off with over 600 passengers. Only 18 people survived. Okay. Now, the Polo brothers returned to Venice in 1295 after 25 years. Okay. Upon their return, they were in prison. As to why they were in prison, I don't know. But while they were in prison, Marco Polo dictated his travel accounts to a fellow prisoner. And the prisoner was the one who actually documented whatever Marco Polo narrated to him. And then the document was later published in 1477. And the book was widely copied and translated into different languages. Now, this is important because, I mean, why would he traveling and narrating it be important? How is it important to geography? It is because his vivid descriptions of China and the journey were often seen as exaggerations, because other people had traveled to China and back. But he gave a more detailed account, because how many years did he spend in China? He spent over 17 years over there. In fact, he even later reported on areas in Japan and Madagascar, noting the latter was inhabited despite lying in the torrid zone, challenging the belief that such regions were uninhabitable. Okay, so part of all these travels was observations of some of these areas. Remember Aristotle's concept of varying habitability. As I said, those two people, Plato and Aristotle, we are going to look at them almost throughout the entire Geo thought. So go back, if you've forgotten, you have your book, you have the slide, go back and read extensively on Aristotle and Plato, especially Aristotle. Okay, all right. Though not a trained geographer, Marco Polo's writings contributed indirectly to geographical understanding. He was unaware of contemporary debates about the habitability of the torrid zone or disagreements over the earth size between the smaller estimates by Ptolemy and others, and the larger one by Eratosthenes. So this was Marco Polo's contribution to geography, documenting his travels, what he saw, what he observed, okay, attesting to the concept of varying habitability, but saying that the torrid zone that they were saying was not habitable was actually habitable. Now, if you cast your mind back, someone said, or someone also said the same thing, but it was rejected. Who was that? That was Posidonius. Remember, Posidonius gave two contributions to geography. One was correct, one was incorrect. The correct one was rejected, the incorrect one was accepted. The incorrect one was the calculation of the circumference of the earth, which he arrived at a figure of what, 18,000, whereas Eratosthenes arrived at a much closer figure of what, 25,000. And his correct contribution that was actually rejected was that he rejected Aristotle's concept of varying habitability, saying that the torrid zone was actually habitable. Okay, all right. So that is for Marco Polo, and thereby summarizes or concludes the geography in the Christian era. Okay, the next we will begin with the geography in the Muslim world, but that will be for next week. So we have concluded for today. So is there any question, any contribution, anything?
Sir, please.
Yes,
Sir.
Madam Felicia, I'm listening to you.
Sir, please, can you share with us some of the past questions you have seen? It will guide us when we are reading, because the book is somehow.
As I said last week, I don't know if you were here last week, but those who were here, I told you that you guys are in safe hands. I will share the slides, those things with you at the right time. I don't want you to place your mind on the past questions, okay? Because it can be easily changed. It can easily change. They can divert the course of the questioning at any time. But if you listen, that's why I take my time to break it down for you. If you're able to listen and follow the narratives, the storyline, the arguments that we are saying correctly, but however they change the question, you would be able to answer. For instance, they can ask you to write on the medieval geography according to the Christian era. They can also ask you to write on the Dark Ages. They are both the same thing. Do you follow? They are both the same thing, but different questions. So that's why I took my time to first talk about it from the Christian perspective and then from the perspective of the Dark Ages. Do you follow? And so as for the questions, I'll make them available at the right time. There will be a session for us to discuss the questions. So when I finish, you're welcome. Is there any other question? Sir, please, how best can we sail through this course? It is something new. I somewhere last week that I believed it was yes, Michael.
So please, yesterday I read the question, but that Marco Polo was not a geographer and had no knowledge of the existence of such sort of learning. True or false? Looking at explanation you gave recently, I will pick through, but it seems the later part of the question had no knowledge of the existence of Confucius me. So I had wanted you to intervene. Thank you, sir. And then my second contribution is for us to thank you very much. When this course was introduced, in fact, some of us were told that thought is not easy. For instance, my senior told me those who completed recently. But since as we've met you, the way you've taken your procedures to handle this course, I'm telling the whole house that God will bless you.
All right.
Sure. Thank you very much.
All right. You were saying I should go through which parts? Marco Polo. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. So I can hear you. What I mean is, yesterday I read a question about him. He said Marco Polo was not a geographer and had no knowledge of the existence of such a sort of learning. True or false? Thank you.
I still don't get you, but He was not, as he says, as you can see on the screen, the last aspect, he was not a trained geographer. Yes, because at a point in time, before you can even be called a geographer, you had to undergo the same as a lot of people that had come before him. If you remember, Hipparchus, for instance, just in his introduction, they stated that this man was not a geographer, he was more of a mathematician and an astronomer. But his contributions sort of indirectly led to what? Geography. I don't know if that is what you are asking about, but basically that is it. These people, none of them are actually by
Thank you, sir.
profession
Thank you.
geographers. Okay, none of these people are by profession geographers. They do what they do. Take for instance, Tales of Miletus. He does what he does. He's a businessman. He goes somewhere, he sees people playing with something. He learned it. He came back. He adopted it, and he gave out its own propositions. Take a man like Aristotle. He does his own things. Go and observe. Go and do this. Go and do that. He says what he says, and he's done. But it's just that all of these things have geographic implications. That is why we are calling them geographers, but by profession, they are not geographers. And so, if that was all you're asking for, I hope I have answered it for you. Any other question? And thanks for the commendation as well. It's not easy. I'm not going to lie. It's not easy going through geo thoughts or teaching geo thoughts. It's not easy at all because
The slides.
first you must, as I
You
am
need
here, I must be able to understand before I can teach you. So I hope you are getting it, and I like the recommendations you're giving.
Sir,
Is that
please.
all?
No,
Yes.
please, sir. My light went on, so during the Christian world, I did not hear anything.
I can't hear you. It's like too many people have their microphones on.
I'm saying that. Sir, can you hear me now?
Please, Bismarck, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself.
Sir, please, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My line went off during when you were explaining the Christian geographical word. So please, can you send me something small for me?
Hey.
Sir, something small. My line went
Please,
off.
at this point, honestly, I am also tired. I've been speaking for almost 4 hours.
Okay.
Please,
Okay,
I
no
would like to
problem.
take my rest now so
Okay,
that
sir.
you can also prepare. The
Okay,
lecture
sir.
has been recorded, so you can get it from your distance.
Okay. Okay, sir.
About your books, Victus, text me. My number is on the platform, so text me. Okay. All right. So if there are no other questions, okay. Another question is here. Does it mean the Christian world is the same as the Dark Ages? The Dark Ages is a characteristic of the Christian age of geography. Okay, the Dark Ages is a characteristic of the Christian age in geography. Depending on how you formulate the narrative, you should be able to arrive at your answer. So, Nathaniel, yeah, it is similar, not the same, it is similar. Okay, all right. So thank you very much for your time this morning. I would like to apologize sincerely for my network. It has been very, very terrible today. Yes, the slides will come. Take your time, please. Okay. All right. Thank you and see you next week. Bye.
Thank you for good work done.